Hello, how are you today? I got on 2 minutes early, just for you, just for you guys. Hello, Robin G. Hello, my darling. How are you? Good morning. Oh, this is clear. Kelly, hello, Kelly Eggleston. Hello, happy Thanksgiving to you. I've not seen you since then. How are you doing, my darling? Morning to you, Sue. How are you, my darling? Hello. Oh, look at her. Who's here? She must have pissed the bed. Spacey Stacey's here. Hello, my darling. Nice to see you. To see you nice, as always. Now, we've got Ashley Benefield. Hello, Sean. How are you, Sean? How are you, sir? Nice to see you, my friend. I haven't seen you for a while, so lovely to see you, my friend. Oh, Chrissy's here. Hello, Chrissy, my darling. How are you? I was thinking about you the other day, actually. Not in a sexual way, I was just thinking about you. Do you know what I mean? So I hope you're doing well, my darling. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, we have got Ashley Benefield. Yesterday, all the networks had it as 1:30 Eastern, but then I looked today and it was 8:30 Eastern. I was like, well, fine. But we are our own, stream, so we will do it on our own time. So I will be playing it, but I'll give it a couple of minutes before more people come in here. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I had to pop into the office today, so I'm up super early. There you go. That's the old excuse, is it? The new set was very nice, very bright and cheery. Cherry. Hey, someone's got to take your cherry. Do you know what I mean? We need to get stuff for the wall behind you. Do you know what? I was looking at the wall. I actually like it without anything on there. So I know one thing I want on there, which I might get, but it doesn't suit it unless I'm up. So to me, it's quite hard to get it. I do know what I want there, but also I don't really want to put more nails in the walls. So it's like a blank. I like it's a blank canvas. I do like it. It's simplistic, isn't it? Though, do we? Because it's decluttered. Is the way I see it. So I don't know. I like it. I like it. I don't know. Something nice about it. Talking about nice. Here she is. Unicorn is here. Hello, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you as always. Oh, hope everything's well with you, my darling. And just your smiling face is enough. You see, you ask and I deliver. Smiley face. Do you know what? I woke up this morning feeling fine. Woke up this morning feeling fine. Went to the gym. My oh my, I am fucked. I'm sore as they can be. Yee. So yeah, I went to the gym today. Hello, Lisa Reed. Good morning to you. Good afternoon for us. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Gary, afternoon to you, sir. How are you, sir? So yesterday I was stretching. I was doing all sorts. This morning is a bit sore. And then yesterday I went to the gym today. Fucking hell, I was feeling it. But it's all good though. Keith, how are we doing, sir? How are we doing, sir? Nice to see you. To see you, nice. I feel like I'm 85 years old today. Hey, they all say you're only as young as the man you touch. So pretend you're touching me. You're 42, all right, Chrissy? Pretend you're touching me up. You're 42. Hey, Anthony, how you doing? Prawn da. Good afternoon in Welsh. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well, my friend. I'm good. Had a busy morning, do some Christmas decorating. Ooh, I'm trying to book some stuff myself. I am. It's a fucking nightmare, isn't it? Winning now. There you go. Hey, get your hand off my dick. I didn't mean there, Chrissy. Fucking hell, Chrissy. Nah, I'm joking. You can grab any way you want, Chrissy. It's all good. Good, thanks, Alan. Hope you're good. I am very well, thank you. I've got the DOMs today too. What's the DOMs? Right, what's DOMs? I don't know. What's DOMs? I've never heard that before. DOMs. What's DOMs? Gary will know. It must be an English thing. Gary knows this. I don't know what DOMs means. I'm going to learn. Hey, people, we're going to be learning something today. We're going to learn what DOMs. The only thing I know about DOMs is dominatrix. Dominatrix, how do you say it? Unicorn, you can tell us something? Spicy unicorn. Oh, okay. Yep, it's a nightmare. A delayed onset muscle. So I've never heard that before. I've genuinely never heard that before. I thought you were going to come out with a whip and stuff. We weren't complaining, Unicorn. We weren't complaining. But okay, that Dom's. So delayed onset muscle soreness. I've never heard that before. Honestly, never heard of it before. Ah, wow. I don't know what that means. Hello, boys and girls. I wish, hey, I can tell you now, Unicorn, half this chat wishes as well that you're coming out with that whip. Gary and Anthony's already sparking up. Hello. No, I've never heard of it, Gary. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I love the fact that we can teach you each other stuff. It's good. Right, let me get this up to you now. Then I'm going to play this at 1.25 to see if it's okay. We are about over half an hour behind, but it's all good. Do you know what I mean? You know, we'll zoom if there's a break and stuff like that. So let me get this up. Not that kind of up now. At the stage. There you go. Dennis is excited as well. Look at him. Right. Blue pills by the dozen. If Unicorn comes out with a whip and Dominique's costume, you won't need any blue pills at all, Anthony. I can tell you that now. You'll be straight up. Hey, Debs, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're well. Hope the pizza was nice yesterday as well. Here we go, everybody. This is Wesley Benefield. Here you go. Oh, shit. Clicked the wrong button. So, here she comes. There she is in her costume. Prison. Oh, she still looks great. I'll be honest with you. She still looks great.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're here in case 2020 CF 3014, State versus Ashley Benefield. Ms. Benefield is here present in court along with her attorneys, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Pinnell. Present for the state is Ms. O'Donnell and Ms. Friel. Ms. Benefield was found guilty by the jury on July 30th, 2024 of manslaughter with a weapon. It's a lesser included offense of the original charge, and it's a felony of the second degree. The jury did make factual findings of actual possession of a firearm, discharge of a firearm, and causation of death or serious bodily injury with a firearm. As a result, the statutory maximum becomes 30 years. Let me go over what I've reviewed in anticipation of sentencing, and then the state defense can tell me if there's anything that I was supposed to get and review that I have not. I reviewed the information in the file as well as the verdict form. I reviewed a score sheet that I believe was provided as a part of the sentencing memo. I don't have the original from the state. If you could hand that up. I reviewed the pre-sentence investigation. And Mr. Taylor, I know in your sentencing memo, you had referenced various mistakes and inaccuracies throughout your presentation. If you want to point those out and what you disagree with, please feel free to do so. I've also reviewed the court file to watch the progress of the case and the events that have occurred. I did review the defendant's sentencing memorandum and the attachments, including case law, letters, and emails. All right, Mr. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to prepare and are you ready to go this morning?
Yes.
All right. State, have you had sufficient time to prepare and are you ready to go this morning?
Yes.
So the score sheet that's been handed up appears to be the same one that was attached to the defendant's sentence memorandum. It's got manslaughter with a weapon. That's a level 8 offense, 74 points. The victim injury points are scored at 120. Total sentence points of 194. Once you put that through the sentence computation, gives the lowest permissible prison sentence of 124.5 months in Florida State Prison. Any objections to the score sheet?
No, sir.
So I know this defense, you received the PSI because you had mentioned it in your sentencing memo. State, did you get a copy of it?
I did.
All right. Same as I told Mr. Taylor, if there's any objections, additions, corrections, deletions that you want to mention, please feel free to do so throughout your presentation today. So how I do these sentencings, whenever I have an open plea or if it's a sentencing after trial and the defense is going to seek a downward departure, I generally start with the defense, presentation of evidence, then I go to the state, and then I come back to the defense. Just because you carry the evidentiary burden, I'm sure you've discussed this with Ms. Benefield, but just so I have it on the record, Ms. Benefield, today throughout the sentencing hearing, you and your attorney is going to be arguing for what we call a downward departure. And that is where you're going to be asking the court to go below the bottom of the guidelines or the lowest permissible sentence of 124.5 months. In order to do that, there's an evidentiary burden on the defense, and that is to prove by preponderance of the competent and substantial evidence that, one, you qualify for a downward departure, and two, that it's the most appropriate sentencing option, and that the court should exercise its discretion to do so. So because you carry that evidentiary burden, that's why I generally start with the defense, then go to the state, and then come back to the defense. It's maybe the same or different as other judges do it, but if you want to do that, that's how I normally do it. If you prefer to do it the traditional way, I'll do it that way. Mr. Taylor?
I'm fine proceeding as the court suggests.
All right, sir. And then, of course, the closing opening statements and closing arguments are all the same. All right.
Yes, sir. I assume we will handle the departure aspect first, and then I will go into my court.
Absolutely. Before we get started, I would imagine that there's going to be a number of folks who are going to make statements today, either pursuant to Marcy's Law or victim impact. And certainly this is not a capital case, but as if you've done a sentencing in front of me, you know that I generally follow the dictates of 921-141 and 921-143 on what's appropriate and permissible as the scope and nature of victim impact statements. State, have you had a chance to speak with the folks who are going to talk today and let them know that information?
Yeah.
All right. And I don't know, Mr. Taylor, if how many people are going to speak today, or if anybody's going to speak. Certainly, I received the stack of letters as part of the sentencing memo. If anybody's going to speak today, were you able to speak with them about the nature and scope of a statement to be made?
We're only going to have one witness, Your Honor, and it goes to the departure.
All right, fair enough. All right, with that said, Mr. Taylor, would you like to make any sort of opening statement? Or I'm going to address you mostly, Mr. Taylor, but if Mr. Pinnell, if you're handling part of it, please feel free to let me know. Or would you like to make any sort of opening?
Not necessarily.
All right. State? Okay, then I'm ready for the presentation of evidence. Mr. Taylor.
We call Barbara Russell, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. I think a lot of people mix emotions about this one. Hey, Erin Hack, how are you doing, my darling? Beep beep. Erin Hack is on the bus. Yeah, she's looking good. She's looking good, people. Happy days, Anthony. Happy days. I'm feeling for her. I feel for her because I think this kind of judge might throw the book, but I hope not. I do feel for her. Hey, Robin G, how are you doing, my darling? Yeah, we'll see. And because of the gun aspect, that's why it's increased so much. 30 years at the tops. Fuck me. I hope she doesn't get 30 years, but she has got good hair. You're right. Right, let's go on. Hey, Dina. Hello, my darling. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Hope you had a great night last night at the dive bar. Hope many pizzas were eaten. Hope you're doing well, my darling. One of my favorite people here, Dina. And we'll have to get Dina back on the show before long. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving, my darling. And I love it when you pop in. You can pop in and out anytime you want, Dina. In and out. In and out. We encourage it. Hey. Happy days. Well, I got Dennis and Brenda coming next Wednesday. They're going to be on the show next Wednesday, which I'll make the stream for later on, and then hopefully we get Dina on in the following week or weeks after that, you know, or she could pop on anytime she wants. Anyway, there we go. Dina's busy at the minute, so she's at work. But thanks, Dina. We love you. Never change, Dina. I always tell you that. So here we go. Let's get back to Benefield. Another good-looking one here. Dina's got a great pair of tits. So does Ashley, I think. So, you know, so does Ruka. So does everybody, actually. Here we go.
Swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Morning, ma'am. As you've heard me say multiple times before, just get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right. If you just speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear everything.
Good morning. Would you tell us your full name?
Barbara J. Russell.
And tell us a little bit about your education.
I have a master's degree in clinical social work. I have a doctorate in clinical psychology.
And the current position that you hold employment-wise?
I am self-employed. I have a clinical and forensic mental health practice.
How long have you had such a practice?
For about 15 years.
Would it be correct in addressing you as Dr. Russell?
Yes, certainly.
All right, Dr. Russell, have you appeared before in the courts of the state of Florida and been recognized as an expert?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of approximately how many occasions?
Typically, I testify in court as an expert in the state of Florida about 3 times a month for the last
And
8 or 9 years.
have you, in that capacity, appeared in the courts of Manatee County on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, have you appeared before Judge White in previous proceedings as an expert on mental health?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, Dr. Russell, amongst your other specialties, are you qualified to diagnose and treat PTSD?
Yes, it's one of my specialties in both my clinical and forensic practice.
All right, could you tell us what PTSD stands for?
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
And are you also qualified, in addition to PTSD, Dr. Russell, to treat domestic violence and abuse?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of your experience in the domestic violence area on behalf of both abusers and abused?
I'm a nationally certified domestic violence clinical specialist. I have treated victims since early 1990 in various outpatient services, providing support groups, individual counseling. I have, for Circuit 12, provided court-ordered domestic violence intervention classes for offenders for about 8 years.
Right, and among other instances, have you been involved with the Batters Intervention Program as well?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few questions about Douglas Benefield. Did you have an opportunity in your capacity as a psychologist to interview him?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
That would have been in April of 2020.
And approximately how long did that interview last?
He spoke with me for about 90 minutes.
Were you satisfied during the course of that interview that you had sufficient time to render a diagnosis of Mr. Benefield's personality?
Between that interview and also the collateral data, the documentation that I viewed, yes, very much so.
Would you tell us what that diagnosis was and your basis for it?
Douglas Benefield exhibited criteria that met the diagnostic categories of narcissistic and antisocial personality disorder.
And how, if at all, would that fold itself into being a potential abuser?
Well, the antisocial components, as well as the narcissistic components, he had little to no empathy. He really lacked the capacity to take responsibility for his behavior. He had a desire to be admired, to have constant attention. He felt very entitled and demanding to the attention and admiration of other people, whether or not he did anything to deserve it. And he had little regard for the rights of other people.
Are you familiar, Dr. Russell, with Ashley Benefield?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not Ashley Benefield, as she sits here today before you, is currently suffering from any specific condition?
Yes.
Would you tell us what that is?
Ashley is suffering from post-traumatic stress.
And are you able to give us some insight into the basis that caused that syndrome that she suffers from?
It's really been caused by complex trauma. The root cause all comes down to the abusive relationship with Douglas Benefield. From the time the abuse began in their marriage up until the incident of the attack that led to the shooting on September 27th, there have been multiple situations that have severely distressed and traumatized her.
So I want to ask you a couple of questions about post-traumatic stress syndrome. And I'll use as an example the soldier that comes home from combat. Is there anything about this syndrome that requires or necessitates an instant response to stimuli immediately after the traumatic event? Or is that liable to happen at any time over the spectrum of conditions and circumstances that that individual may experience?
The symptoms can be delayed onset. So somebody can experience a severe trauma in January and perhaps not exhibit any kind of reactivity to stimuli that reminds them of that, or any emotional distress for days, weeks, months, even years later. So it's not unusual to see in November somebody have a problem, or even, again, years later. Delayed onset's common.
So again, using this hypothetical soldier as an example, 3 months after they return home following combat duty, they may not respond to any stimuli, but you're telling us as long as 18 months, 2 years later, when a spoon happens to fall into the garbage disposal and makes a clattering noise and they dive onto the floor, that would not be unusual.
No, it would not be.
Are you familiar, Dr. Russell, with the facts of this case and the circumstances surrounding the shooting?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not Douglas Benefield's conduct contributed to his death?
Absolutely.
Objection and proper opinion.
Overruled.
Yes, absolutely.
And how so?
Douglas Benefield had a history of violent behavior. Douglas had been threatening Ashley, becoming increasingly aggressive in the weeks and days leading up to the shooting. He had been making verbal threats to her life. He was in her home. He was refusing to leave her home. He was acting in a manner very typical of Doug, only exacerbated at that time. He behaved in a manner that made her feel as though her life was in danger, that she was at serious risk of being killed or being seriously hurt.
Did there come a time, Dr. Russell, when you were approached by representatives of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office who asked that specific question?
Yes.
Did you respond to them with basically the information you've given us here today?
Yes.
Tell us about whether or not you have formed an opinion as to Miss Benefield's psychological state at the time of this incident.
At the time of the incident, she was acting under extreme duress. She was in full survival mode, fully believing that her life was in danger. She was responding with an effort to stay alive. There's a process that happens in the human mind when we feel that our lives are in danger. We have to make survival decisions, and these decisions are made in fractions of seconds. Even outside our conscious awareness, we're assessing the situation, assessing our capacity to escape, assessing our capacity to fight back. And people make decisions based on what their survival brain, as I call it, tells them is going to keep them alive. She was doing what was biologically natural in a situation where somebody would feel that their life was in danger. And this was also compounded by the weeks, months, years of knowing Douglas Benefield to be violent and being afraid of him.
Did you, Dr. Russell, have any opportunities to actually observe Ashley Benefield's reaction around males and the manifestation of this post-traumatic stress syndrome and her comfort level?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
In the weeks, really the early months following the shooting, when Ashley was staying at my home, I would notice in particular, she would frequently apologize for things that didn't require an apology. She especially did that around my husband. If she was in the kitchen making a protein shake in the morning and he came in to make coffee, she always felt like she was in the way. She was always very quick to say she was sorry, to kind of flinch or pull back in a manner that was just completely appeared to be unnecessary based on the situation. You know, there was never any indication from him that she was being bothersome in any way, but she had an expectation that she was going to get yelled at or that somebody was going to be mad at her. I had noticed another occasion. My son had stopped by our house in the evening. It was dark unexpectedly. She looked out the window and saw a male figure approaching, and she came screaming through the house saying, "Someone's here, someone's approaching the house." She was very hyper aroused and reactive to situations, particularly with men.
Your Honor, I don't believe I have any further questions for Dr. Russell.
Cross.
Are you familiar with something called histrionic personality disorder?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Histrionic personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of a person being very melodramatic to gain attention.
And are you aware that the defendant in this case has been diagnosed with that?
I'm aware that that's a false diagnosis, but yes,
So in your opinion, it's a false diagnosis?
absolutely. Women who've been victimized by
I
domestic.
asked the question.
Excuse
Is
me,
your-
excuse me. She's, Dr. Russell.
Let her finish. Go ahead, ma'am. You finish your answer.
Women who have experienced victimization of intimate partner violence are often mischaracterized as being histrionic when the individual assessing them does not have a proper understanding or a complete picture of what has been going on in their lives.
And according to your beliefs, you believe that you do have that background and you are able to diagnose it.
Absolutely.
And would you consider yourself unbiased when it comes to Ashley Benefield and Doug Benefield?
Absolutely.
Okay. So after you had your initial evaluation with Ashley Benefield, that was in, I think, April of 2020,
Correct.
you continued contact with her
Correct.
and she had your phone number
Of course, all of my clients have my phone number.
and she would call you on a regular basis.
She would call me on a regular basis to update me on what was going on in her situation, per my instruction, as there was potentially an upcoming court hearing regarding her situation.
And she would copy you on emails to her attorney.
I don't know. I don't recall that.
There were several emails that were sent to her family law attorney that had you CC on them.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
That's a real possibility.
So as a therapist, is it normal to have a client CC you on their correspondence with their attorneys?
Yes, if I'm involved in a capacity where I could be testifying at a family law hearing or at an injunction hearing. That's very typical.
Okay. So several weeks, I suppose, after this homicide, she moved into your house.
Yes,
And your house, she lived with you, your husband, and your daughter.
correct.
And she lived there approximately a total of 8 months.
Approximately, yes.
And the night that this shooting occurred, you were called on the phone.
I was called by her attorney, yes.
Okay. And you showed up to the house where the murder happened.
Where the shooting happened, yes.
And that's a normal part of being a therapist. You show up at somebody's house when there's been a crime.
I have shown up at people's houses, at their place of employment, at a hospital emergency room. Crisis intervention is very much a part of being a mental health professional.
And you know about the demonstrators that were out in front of the courthouse on numerous occasions during this case, correct?
Yes,
Holding signs, Free Ashley.
yes, that's the Community Defense Committee called We Stand with Ashley. I'm familiar with that.
On numerous occasions, you were also out there holding signs
Yes,
and marching with this group.
yes,
And you still consider yourself unbiased.
absolutely. It's part of my ethical obligation as a licensed clinical social worker to be involved in situations that involve injustice.
Now, you said that you were able to diagnose Doug Benefield after a 90-minute phone conversation and I believe you said collateral documentation.
Yes,
And a lot of that collateral documentation a lot of it included the paperwork for these injunctions.
So just to explain, downward departure motion is quite a relevant thing. I'm not sure if it's just for Florida or how many states. It's basically to say, look, I think Sarah Boone had it yesterday, actually. Sarah Boone had it yesterday. So that's another, that's Florida as well, fucking dummy. It's to put in place, again, I'm not sure if every state has it, but there were circumstances, like they're trying to say here that Doug Benefield basically battered her and she didn't have a chance, so she's, hopefully the judge shows mercy and she gets like maybe 5 years, or she gets probation, or probation, you know what I mean, house arrest, or like stuff like that, basically, if there's enough to show it. But yeah, that's because at the minute 124 months is the bare minimum she is facing. So they're trying to get that down beneath. I'm not sure this judge will do that. So I think we're looking at minimum 124 months because he's quite stickler, it seems. But the top's 30 months. But fuck. She does.
That Ashley Benefield was trying to get against Doug Benefield, correct?
what do you mean by the paperwork?
The recitation of what Ashley.
Just one other thing, right? This expert has been in front of this judge countless times. So the prosecution is trying to say that, is trying to downplay her knowledge, experience, and all that. It's like, the prosecution tried to use her as a witness, but she didn't have the same findings as the prosecution wanted. So now, she's trying to belittle, but the judge is not going to change his mind. This judge knows what he's going to give. So let's just get on with it. Do you know what I mean? So she's an expert. She can give her testimony. Bring your own expert on if you want to, but let's just not try and belittle her knowledge. just because she doesn't agree with you. But we'll see. Waste of time.
We said Doug had done, and the things that she was trying to tell the court that Doug had done, trying to get the injunction.
No, that had nothing to do with my forming my opinion. In fact, the documents that I looked at that formed my clinical opinion of Douglas Benefield were mostly things that he documented, that he wrote, that he did. It was based on his behavior, not what somebody else says about him.
But it did include what Ashley Benefield said about him.
Not the documentation that I formed my opinion about him. Absolutely not.
Are you saying that what Ashley Benefield told you had nothing to do with your opinion?
My opinion in what was going on with him clinically had to do with the words that came out of his mouth as he talked to me for 90 minutes and the various correspondence and documentation that came from him, his emails to other people, things that he had documented, things that he told me that he did.
Okay, so after this evaluation and right before the time of the shooting, you said, I believe, that Doug was increasingly violent and it was becoming more dire, right?
Yes,
And you knew this because Ashley's telling you.
yes.
You didn't witness this for yourself.
No, I did. The only thing I witnessed were some of the text messages that he was sending her.
Okay, but you never saw any of the other evidence that he was becoming increasingly violent.
No, it was what she was reporting to me that he was saying and the messages that she was forwarding, some of which were quite threatening in nature.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge White.
All right. Did you have anybody else that either had testimony or wanted to make statements?
Statement by me, no further.
Oh, just closing?
Thank you, Dr. Russell.
Just closing?
As to the departure issue.
Yes, sir. All right. State, did you have any victim impact statements, any letters, anything that you wanted me to consider?
Yes, I have several people here that would like to speak, if now is the time.
Yes.
I
Your
would
Honor, I'm
like,
sorry.
Yeah.
I want to just make sure the court didn't misunderstand. I did want to make a statement about the departure issue consistent with the testimony that the court just heard from.
Okay. Yeah. What I meant is I normally let the defense go first. So if there's any witnesses you want to put on in support of downward departures, any evidence you want to introduce in support of downward departures, anything you want to have me hear about sentencing, I want to hear all of that. And then I'm going to go to the state and I'm going to hear any evidence they want to present, testimony they want to present, victim impact statements they want to present. I do it globally.
Okay, so you want the whole shebang now?
Yes, exactly.
All right, fine, I'm ready.
Oh, okay. All right.
So let me.
Well, hold on. Let me make sure we need to be on the same page. Yeah. At this point, I'm still in the evidentiary portion. So if there's anybody else, if there's any other letters, cards, statements, other information you want me to consider, if there's any statements that any witnesses want to make here in open court in support of Ms. Benefield, I'll be happy to hear all of that. If it's argument in favor of the downward departure, I will hear that after I hear from the state and their witnesses.
Okay, and that was my initial understanding. Then once I give that, I will then complete my remarks as to sentencing.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Once we finish with the evidentiary portion, then I'm going to go closing, closing, closing.
understood. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. All right, state.
so the first person, Judge, is Dave Benefield, who is Doug Benefield's brother. Thank you.
And I'm going to have them sworn in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Even if it's a statement, they'll be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, sir, if you could please state your full name for the record and then tell me what you want the court to know.
I'm David King Benefield, and I'm just wanting to provide a victim impact statement.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to thank you for your excellent and just governance as you presided over this trial. Throughout this entire tragedy, I witnessed the steady progress of the due process of law that is meant to be at the heart of our country's justice system. To you, to Manatee County, to the entire Sheriff's Department, and to the state's prosecution team, I offer my deepest and most heartfelt appreciation. It is impossible to convey the depth of loss and grief that I feel daily at the death of my brother, Doug Benefield. On Monday morning, September 28th, 2020, Eva Benefield, my 19-year-old niece, called. She worried that she had not heard from her dad. He was not answering calls, which was very out of character for him and soon after, I received a phone call that my brother was dead. On the call that included my cousin, Tommie Benefield, and Doug's family law attorney, Stephanie Murphy, we added Eva to the call. Eva immediately asked what was up with her dad. I was in a state of disbelief and shock. I couldn't get the words out of my mouth. Before I could muster up the words to answer her, Eva exclaimed, "She killed him, didn't she?" The next couple of days are a blur as we spent time processing Doug's life, his death, and how to respond. Tommie and I picked up the U-Haul with Doug's belongings from Alicia's house, consolidated his few remaining belongings at his apartment in Bradenton, found where Sully had been boarded up for their planned move, then headed to South Carolina to meet up with Eva and to meet her needs. There were decisions to be made, belongings to consolidate, bills to be paid, and now the unthinkable decisions about investigations, communication with family and friends, autopsies, and the unfathomable what to do with Doug's body. Doug's body was still in Florida following an expedient autopsy. I just had to see him before he was cremated. I struggled to believe it, and I needed to see him. Up until that point, I had not cried. I was numb. Tommie and I went into the office of the crematorium while they brought Doug's body out. As I looked at him through a stained glass window, I began to weep, and I could not stop. As we got into the car, my weeping turned into loud wails. Tommie sat with me in the car while I wept and wailed uncontrollably. I have never experienced anything like that kind of grief and emotional pain. As I sat there, I had one of the most profound moments of my life. I trusted Jesus Christ as my Savior in 1985. I was living with my brother, Doug, while we both attended Texas A&M University. We had heard that our uncle Doug, a test pilot and a hero to all of us, had been killed in a B-1 bomber crash. My brother Doug was named after him. Following Uncle Doug's death, my brother played an instrumental role in leading me to Christ. He witnessed the immediate change in my life. I dropped out of my fraternity. I spent hours reading the Bible and learning to pray. Jesus captivated my heart, and the old destructive habits just fell away. Depression left and joy came in. Where I had felt so lost, I finally had a direction for my life. Doug and I shared our faith journeys from that time in college until his death. As I sat in the car at the crematorium, wailing and gasping for air, I did what I had learned to do all those years ago with Doug. I prayed. My prayers were my thoughts screamed to God as loud as I could think in the midst of my uncontrollable crying. I felt the strong and clear answers of the Lord with each prayer I prayed. I asked God, "Why do I hurt so bad?" God responded, "Because you loved him so much." Why did I love him so much? God's response was a series of images and memories that came flooding back in rapid succession. I remembered him letting go of the sissy bar on my first bike ride without training wheels and laughing as he shouted, "You can do it. Just keep pedaling." I remembered his encouragement at my first high school wrestling match. He was a very successful athlete and was always a state contender in wrestling. I was hyperventilating at my first match, and he was there to encourage me and help me overcome my fears. I remembered him taking me to a New Year's Eve jazz concert in Austin, Texas, during my first year in college. He knew I didn't have the money, and he paid for everything. I remembered even the little things that he made so special on that trip, like my first bagel covered with cream cheese and jelly when I didn't even know what a bagel was. To this day, every time I eat a bagel and cover it with cream cheese and jelly, I think of him. I remember his designer shirts that he let me wear, his coaching comments after my first fraternity meeting as president, the bedroom he built for me in a closet in our condo at Texas A&M, him gently but firmly correcting me after breaking his prized car when I took it out for a midnight joyride. And I remember my first cup of coffee in college that he made for me, and on and on. While these images were flashing through my mind, I heard the Lord impress me with this thought: you shared so many of your firsts with him, and the conversations with the Lord went on for quite some time. Why do we grieve with such pain? It is because of the glorious privilege God gives us to love deeply. I lost my dad to cancer at 12 years old, and my mom several years prior to Doug's death, but nothing hit me like this. God blessed me with 2 great brothers, and Doug, 2 years older than me, was such a gift to me. He was truly a hero in my life. Every day, I feel a kick in the gut from the loss of my brother Doug. I have spent hundreds of hours going through his well-kept records, literally tens of thousands of pictures of Ashley and Emerson, emails and texts, as I have ordered his affairs and tried to find anything that would explain what happened or that corroborated Ashley's version of the events. Rather, what I have found in his journals, his extensive emails, and meticulous records was a man with his heart set on loving his family well at all costs. I grieved Doug's loss so much because I loved him so much. He was strong, but he never used his strength to hurt people. He used it to serve and to love and help people. Doug made life so much richer. He had so many unique facets. He was an amazing artist. He was a defender of the weak, a visionary, a strength that would comfort you, not concern you, a laugh that made everything seem okay, and a way of including you that made you feel deeply loved and appreciated. He generously shared his discoveries of the beauty of life. When I was with him, everything seemed so much more exciting and hopeful. His friendship humbled me. His giftedness amazed me. His kindness comforted me. His strength strengthened me, and his passion for life inspired me. Doug was patient, almost to a fault. He hoped and he trusted deeply in the Lord with an unshakable optimism. He graciously endured so much suffering on behalf of the others, as was witnessed in his astounding patience with Ashley. He genuinely believed the best about others. This can come across as being naive or gullible, and our weakness, that is certainly a danger. This can also make you an easy target for people, but it is truly a great way to live. I will never forget talking to Doug on the phone the first time I heard about his relationship with Ashley and the hope he had for their future. He eventually told me of his hopes for their marriage, their daughter, and all the endeavors they dreamed of in the future. I could not have imagined a more horrific ending to their story. I knew my brother intimately. Doug was absolutely not the monster Ashley alleged him to be. He was the complete opposite of what the defense was presented. The primary evidence against Doug was his sworn testimony in family court, where he admitted to actions he deeply regretted that occurred on a single day 3.5 years before Ashley killed him. The defense presented a slander campaign based upon gross exaggerations of Doug's own testimony and unverified allegations from Ashley. Doug patiently endured Ashley's verbal, emotional, and legal abuse for over 3 years and was still willing to reconcile with her, even serving her up until the time of his death. The month before Doug was killed, I spent 4 days with him in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. He expressed to me his desire to help bring healing to Ashley and her mother from the trauma that they had experienced.
Right, it's winding me up a bit here, right? Because he keeps saying about like Doug would never harm a fly, Doug would never do anything. Well, except that one time he admitted to basically harassing and causing her harm. But it's only one time, The other times is fine, but he can treat her like shit and hit her wherever once, which he admitted to. But this guy's saying that, but that was only one off. That'll never happen again. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, I know we got a good victim impact statement, but lay off the whole she's lying and all that when they actually got proof that she's maybe not lying as much as you think she is. Just I don't know. Anyway, that's just bothering me a little bit. Just get to the point and let's move on. instead of trying to picture this guy as a saint when he was not a saint.
In the past, Doug realized he might not be able to salvage the marriage. He was resigned to being a single father and working with Ashley to care for Emerson. He was not angry or bitter, but filled with mercy and resolve to make the best of the situation. That was the brother I knew. His lover and his love and compassion for his family was unshakable. Ashley, I want you to know that I forgive you. You have caused me the greatest loss that I have ever experienced, one that almost daily causes me to completely stop what I am doing and weep from the overwhelming loss I feel. Doug touched every part of my life, and I can't process this senseless tragedy. But as Christ has forgiven me for my wrongs, I also forgive you. I do not hate you. I grieve for what your actions have and will cost you. It is again the exact opposite of what Doug sought for you and for Emerson when I think of you. I pray for your healing, the healing of your family, and for God's grace over Emerson as she grows. This is the very same thing that Doug told me was his desire for you 7 weeks before his death. Little did you know that the man that you sought so aggressively to get out of your life was a gift to you who had counted the cost to love you no matter what the cost, even his life. I found out after his death that there were many people who strongly encouraged him to leave you, even some who expressed concern for his life, but he would not give up on you. Ashley, Doug's love was but a fraction of the love that God has for you. And I pray that you will experience God's forgiveness and mercy that only comes by knowing Jesus Christ and his cross and truly believing in him.
All right, thank you. State.
Next, we have Wes Benefield.
From the testimony you are.
Please give me your name and then tell me what you want the court to know.
Yes, sir. My name is John Wesley Benefield Jr., Doug Benefield's older brother.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing the Benefield family to be heard. I ask the court to give Ashley Benefield the longest possible sentence for the egregious cold-blooded murder of her brother Douglas Glass Benefield. Doug has always been a man of faith, loved his family, loved this country, and his friends. The Benefield family has had a very long history for many generations of protecting this country, protecting others, helping others. Doug was a naval aviator after graduating from Texas A&M. Went on to do great things in life. Doug has a beautiful, smart daughter, Eva Benefield, who does not have a father anymore. Unfortunately, Eva's mom, Renee, passed away a number of years ago due to health issues. We all miss Renee, a wonderful wife, mother, and person. Ashley Benefield had an opportunity to make a great marriage, a partnership with Doug, be a great stepmom to Eva. We all know now what Ashley has done by murdering Doug in cold blood. Ashley doesn't care. She didn't care about Doug. She did not care about Eva. Ashley treated Eva horribly while Doug and Ashley were under the same roof in the beginning of their marriage. When Ashley had Emerson, their daughter, Ashley did not even tell Doug that she was born. As we found out in the jury trial, Ashley did not even recognize Doug as the father on the birth certificate. That's my understanding.
Judge, excuse me, I apologize for interrupting. I don't think attacking the defendant is part of a victim impact statement, so I probably just ask the witness to move on to a different part of the statement.
I'll sustain.
Ashley treated Eva horribly while Doug and Ashley were under the same roof in the beginning of their marriage. Here.
Yeah.
The Benefield family has always been a very close family. We always had a great time together when we were all able to get together. We would catch up, have great meals together. We have a great God-loving family. Now we do not have Doug anymore. Eva does not have a dad anymore, or a loving mother, Renee. I'm retired law enforcement, retired deputy, Brazoria County Consul's Office, Texas, the south side of Houston. As the court, the sheriff's office, and the state attorney's office have seen and dealt with animals that murder, steal, rape, home invasions, pedophiles, so have I. When you look at these egregious offenders, once they get out of incarceration, many of them go back to the streets and continue to commit the same type of aggravated offenses until they're caught again. During the jury trial, Ashley would occasionally look at me and my family with this arrogant smirk, showing that she...
Same objection. I apologize for the interruption.
Sustained.
In conclusion, I respectfully ask for the full sentence of incarceration due to the cold-blooded murder of Doug Benefield. I'll give you one last example of how we know Ashley doesn't care about Doug and the Benefield family.
Again, objection.
Sustained.
Basis.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you again for allowing us to be heard.
Thank you, sir. State.
Tommie Benefield?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, sir, if you could give me your full name and then tell me what you want the court to know.
Yes, sir. Tommie Douglas Benefield, Jr. I had one younger brother, but my relationship with Douglas Glass Benefield was even closer than that. Douglas was named after my father, a very famous Naval Air Force aviator, test pilot, combat veteran. And Doug followed in the footsteps of my father, much the way many of our Benefield family did. We heard from the expert who spent 90 minutes with Doug, but I spent 59 years with Doug. We knew him much better than any 90-minute expert. Before Ashley was born, Doug was a graduate of Texas A&M in biology with scores high enough to get into medical school. Because Doug was raised in a very middle-class family, did not have the money or scholarships like today to go to medical school, he chose to go into the Navy program that I helped sponsor him into, which led to him spending 3 combat tours off of aircraft carriers in the Western Pacific and in the Middle East. Doug was both a naval flight officer, meaning that he was a warfare officer, aviation warfare officer, and he also flew the airplane, which was unusual at that time, but something that he could do like many other things. In 1992, he went through 1-year training as an intelligence officer for the U.S. Navy and eventually for the Defense Intelligence Agency. During all those trials and tests in the Navy and in the intelligence plans and purposes, Doug was always tested to the highest levels to make sure that he could withstand the stress of combat, the stress of life, and separate those two things well. After becoming an intelligence officer, his other job, his public job, was as a mine warfare officer and instructor at the Navy's Mine Warfare School in Charleston, South Carolina. He did that for 3 years. After that, he went 3 years for the Defense Intelligence Agency as an analyst and a technical operations expert. In 1999, he left active service, but stayed in the reserves and continued his service to this country for almost 20 years. In 2000, he married Renee, his longtime amazing wife. In 2001, their daughter Eva was born, who's here today, and you'll hear from after me. 2015, after a long run, Renee passed away, despite what the defense has alleged, of a heart attack under natural conditions. Doug became a single parent, like I was many times in my life, unfortunately. And in 2016, he met Ashley. I met Ashley April of 2017. I remember the first encounter. I remember being at the home at 701 Preservation Place. I remember the calm and comfort, the love between them at the time. But a few months later, Ashley separated from Doug under one purpose, saying that she was having trouble with her pregnancy, but with ulterior means. And that is the history that we know through this process. What we don't, most people know about Doug Benefield is when he was 12 years old in 1971. Like Doug, who could figure out things that no one else could for this country, for the special operations warfare operators, for the emergency responders, Doug, Wes, and David's father figured out how to use microwave and laser systems to communicate and track space objects before anyone understood what that was capable of. That was 1971. Like Doug, was passed on to him one of Doug's current technologies that no one in the world could figure out but Doug. It's called transpositional modulation. It's a radio frequency waveform technology that offers dramatic bandwidth increases and novel security functions for existing wired and wireless networks. There's a multi-billion-dollar corporation founded on the fact that Doug Benefield could figure out how to make two signals go on the same frequencies at the same time. That accomplishes what no one thought possible, the simultaneous transmission of two or more distinct data paths on a single carrier signal. Quantum physics in use on 5G networks all around this country today. He also founded the patents that would lead to secure data via quantum physics that encrypts swiftly and securely all data that's unhackable even in today's world. Right now, here's just some of the patents that are in use under Doug's name. Lighting control devices and methods. Task ambient heating and air conditioning systems for distributed space conditioning. Methods and systems for air quality analysis, diagnostics, and environmental controls. Heating and air conditioning fire suppression systems. And even the most craziest one of all is called free space optical transmission system for vehicle networking. The reason that your cars, more importantly, our special operators all around the world in the Western world can data transfer from sole operators behind enemy lines to their command and control is because Doug Benefield figured it out. John 10:10 says to us, the thief comes only to steal and destroy, as opposed to Christ, who's come that they may have life and live it to the full. I believe that the people who have supported Ashley have been deceived. They've had stolen from them their time and their effort. That
Judge, I'm going to object on the same basis. It's not a proper victim.
Sustained.
there's been no question in my mind or in this court under the stand your ground hearing, which was found that Ashley did not have a self-defense enough to reach that threshold, that she stole from Doug. There's no question that she killed Doug.
Judge, same objection. I'd ask the state to direct the witness to give appropriate victim impact.
Judge, I would disagree. It is allowed that the victim's family can make statements about the defendant. I understand if the defense is asking that they not, make broad
Characterizations and opinions about the crime, the defendant, and the appropriate sentence shall not be permitted as part of a victim impact evidence.
I'll take care of that, Your Honor. I'll
Yes,
make sure.
Thank you.
And you're reading that from?
921.141 sub 8. How I started the sentencing hearing was, this is not a capital sentencing. However, when I do sentencings, I think those are good guidelines to use in formulating the nature and extent of a victim impact statement.
No problem,
Sure.
sir. I'll wrap it up and I'll be careful.
Sir, tell me everything you want to know. The victim impact evidence is designed to demonstrate the victim's uniqueness as an individual human being and the resultant loss to the community's members by the victim's death.
Yes, sir. I believe I've done that so far, and I'll finish it with that, sir. What saddens me personally is the loss of Doug to our family, to Eva in particular, who has no parents, as she said and demonstrated. The worst part of it is that there's a 6-year-old that will grow up not knowing the man that we've known all of our lives. The loss to this country and to the Western world of the brain, the smarts, the ability to problem solve in a way no one thought possible, that all the engineers said couldn't happen, was something unique to Doug Benefield that was stolen from us, our family, his daughters, and the world. And I'm sorry that we're here, but that's the theft that's happened. That's the loss to this country that's so much greater than anything could possibly be replaced. I personally, our family asks for a minimum of 25 years and the maximum possible of 30 years, Your Honor, due to the grievous loss of killing Doug Benefield by Ashley Benefield. Thank you,
sir.
Your Honor.
And I
All right,
believe
Steve?
lastly, we have Eva Benefield.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, yes, ma'am, if you'd please introduce yourself to the court and tell me what you want me to know.
I'm Eva Benefield, Doug's daughter. When my dad moved from Charleston to Florida, I was a little over 18 years old and preparing to go to college. He was on the road a lot, and I would occasionally see him when he passed through South Carolina on his way up north. Although I did not get to see him as much as I liked, he was always a text or a phone call away. After my mom died, my dad knew it was important for him to answer the phone as soon as he could. He was out of town when she passed, and I had been trying to call and text her after school for what felt like hours of waiting in the carpool pickup line. After finding her later that evening, any time my dad didn't answer, it sent me into a spiral. My brain automatically went to the worst possible outcome, thinking something terrible happened. My dad's colleagues can attest to the fact that even if he was in the most important meeting of his life, when I called, he would step out immediately and let me know that he was in a meeting and he would call me back as soon as possible. My dad usually woke up in the very early hours of the day. The first thing he sent me was always a Bible verse followed by "Good morning, pumpkin." This was his way of letting me know that when he was awake and he was available for me to call him when I woke up and tell him about the day I had ahead of me. The morning of September 28th, I woke up to no messages from my dad. I wasn't alarmed quite yet. Sometimes he rushed to the gym or had to immediately get to his computer for work. As the morning droned on, I anxiously awaited a phone call or a text message from him. Around lunchtime, I began Googling about traffic accidents in Sarasota, Florida. My friends told me, I told my friends I was worried, and they let me know I had nothing to worry about, that my anxiety-ridden brain was just flocking to the worst possible outcome. 9:24 a.m. Good morning. 10:42. Hello. 10:43. You're kind of scaring me. 11:20. You should definitely text me so I know you're okay. 11:48. I'm about to text Ashley. 11:49. Just kidding, I don't have her number. 12:03. This is freaking me out. 12:55. Please, please, please answer. 12:56. Great, now my texts aren't going through. 12:57. I hate this so much. It was about an hour later that I received a phone call from my uncles that my dad had been shot the night before. Is he okay? I asked. My uncle responded with a hesitant no. My next question before hanging up the phone was, she did it, didn't she? Ashley, since the day you shot my father, I've only had one question to ask you. Why? Why did you end my dad's life knowing he was my only living parent and the only person I could confide in and count on for everything I needed as I turned into a young adult? Why did you willingly take away your daughter's father, knowing the consequences of your actions would leave her without either parent to help her navigate through her own life? You somehow managed to orphan not one, but two young girls. Unlike Emerson, I am fortunate enough to have known my dad for a full 19 years before you ended his life. He taught me how to paint. He attended every extracurricular activity I had. He took me to dinner on Valentine's Day. He drove almost an hour out of his way every day to drop coffee off in the school office for me and my friends. When he was in too much pain to surf with me, he would sit under an umbrella on the beach all day during the hottest months of the year. He would cut fresh flowers from the garden every morning before my mom woke up and left them on her bedside table. While I ran in the mornings before school, he cooked breakfast so it would be ready on the table when I got home. Every Saturday, we made oatmeal cookies together. Every Sunday, we would go to church and get coffee after. When he moved into my childhood home, I watched my dad fix the door frame with a crack in it from where the neighbor had to knock the door down to get into the house after my mom died. I watched my dad paint over every memory in every corner of that house, change the furniture, rid the house of every bit of my mom that was left so you could enjoy life without remnants of my dad's late wife and soulmate. I had to come home from school to see you barely clothed, sitting on the countertops my mom used to cook our family dinner on. I had to live in a house stripped of memories I still cling to so I can remember the happy childhood my parents gave me. Not only did you make my home nothing more than a house with 4 empty walls and a roof while I was grieving the loss of my mother, you tried to bring my mother's sweet spirit into your soulless world by spreading lies that she was killed by my own dad. You got medical records pulled, and you were moments away from getting her removed from her own grave.
I apologize for interrupting. Same objection. I don't think the tax is appropriate to the tax statement.
Sustained.
When you left my dad the first time, I watched his face as he read the letter you left on the bed for him. The house was quiet that day, and while I felt sorry for my dad because I saw the pain in his eyes, I was secretly excited to have my dad back. Those few months that he received nothing but radio silence from you, I was able to finally regain the relationship we once had. Things finally felt normal again. Easter weekend of 2018, my dad insisted that I drove to Florida with him so I could enjoy Easter Sunday with my half-sister. The night before Easter, you and Alicia pulled me aside before dinner to try and convince me that my dad was a monster, that he killed my mother, that he was evil and I was unsafe. The next morning before you brought Emerson over to open Easter baskets, my dad could tell something was off.
Shut. Same objection.
I can see two ways this could go. It could come back around. I don't know where it's going. I don't know what the next statements are. If the next statements contrast that with the with evidence designed to demonstrate the victim's uniqueness as an individual human being and the resultant loss to the community's members by the victim's death, then I'll overrule the objection. If not, I'll sustain.
While I feel deeply sorry for everyone who was affected by these last few hurricanes this year, they couldn't help but remind me of the time my dad drove 8 hours through a hurricane to come help you board the house you lived in at the time. My dad was the opposite of what you have attempted to portray him as. Doug Benefield was kind to a fault. He was smart, he was strong, and most importantly, he was generous. His generosity is what got him killed. December 2nd, 2014, 10 years ago yesterday, my dad was out of town when I found my mother dead on the floor at 14 years old. Her funeral was the first and only time I saw my dad cry. Not even a year later, he met you during what I imagined to be a very lonely part of his life. You decided to put on your biggest act of your career and pretend to be everything he needed to fill a void. I watched him.
Same objection. Again, apologize for interrupting.
And Judge, I think she can talk about her dad and how he took this in and was kind. Even,
If that's where it's going, but as I've said multiple times, and as I'm pretty sure I confirmed before we started, that the state had gone over with its witnesses,
yes.
the nature and extent of an
I
appropriate
just have
victim
a
impact.
difference of opinion as to what they're allowed to say, Judge. So it's
I'm
difficult
going
for
by the
me
Florida
to-
law,
For death penalty cases.
and I said that it's appropriate. I think they're good guidelines.
I watched him bend over backwards for your every need. For years, he gave you everything he had, time and time again, trying to show you, Emerson and Alicia, nothing but love. He wanted nothing more to show you what true acts of love are. You took advantage of his willingness to give, and he gave you his life. After my dad passed, there were a lot of sleepless nights contemplating if my life was even worth living. I had no financial help, no parental guidance, and no will to live. The idea of ending my own life was oddly gave me some sort of satisfaction knowing you would have to live the rest of yours with blood of 2 Benefields on your hands. Shortly after those dark days, I realized I would selfishly be doing my parents a disgrace to not live every day to its fullest as they had taught me before they passed. I also realized that not only would you not care if I was dead, it would probably be beneficial to you. I'm the only one who can speak truthfully on behalf of my father and fight for his justice. While the grief of my parents will always live within me, what hurts me the most is not the thought of not having my dad anymore, because I will always have him around in spirit as I continue to implement the lessons he taught me during my adult years. What breaks my heart the most is thinking about how he found you at such a vulnerable part of his life, gave you everything you asked for. After you shot him while he was unarmed, he laid there bleeding out, unable to speak or to breathe, completely helpless and dying alone.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State, did you have any other victim impact statements?
No, Judge, that's it.
All right. Any other evidence that you were going to submit? Any letters, documents, anything?
No.
Okay. Rebuttal evidence or statements? Or just argument?
I have some argument to
Okay, so I'm going to consider the evidentiary portion closed. We're going to begin the closing arguments. And so we're going to go defense first, then I'll go to the state, then I'll come back to the defense for rebuttal.
Before addressing my closing remarks, I want to address the downward departure specifically and make 2 comments. One is to the victim's status. I want the court to recall the independent evidence that was adduced at trial, for the moment excluding Ms. Benefield's testimony. Specifically, Doug Benefield's admissions establishing a prior history of domestic violence. There's obviously a dispute, and it depends to a great extent through whose lens Doug Benefield is viewed. Perhaps the truth is best found in the testimony of independent witnesses, because family who love Doug Benefield sees him in one light, and the independent witnesses see him in a different light. So we not only have the admissions that did not come into evidence at trial, but I know that the court is aware of, and of course, this being a sentencing hearing, the formal rules of evidence are not applicable. And in those admissions, Doug Benefield not only admitted to various acts of domestic violence. I don't think an act such as firing a firearm in the kitchen of a home into the ceiling, specifically acknowledging that you did it to intimidate your wife into stopping to speak, is the kind of act that one is able to say, gee, in hindsight, I've thought about it and I was wrong. Forgive me. there are certain acts that manifest a much deeper problem. And those of us that are members of society who have never so much as contemplated such an act realize that it speaks to a much deeper problem. So we not only have Doug Benefield's admissions under oath of these various domestic violence incidents, but we have him violating the South Carolina court's domestic violence injunction, his efforts to purchase the house behind Ashley Benefield's while the domestic violence injunction was in full force and effect, placing a tracker on Miss Benefield's car, being caught by a neighbor at night lurking in the backyard, and the independent expert testimony from not only Dr. Jason Quintal, describing Doug Benefield as super controlling, a real alpha male, and intimidating, quote unquote, as well as Bruce Ferris, who said that Doug Benefield was a classic abuser, who showed all the textbook characteristics. And then, of course, the text message from his deceased wife, Renee, clearly explaining about being physically abused on their honeymoon. I think that the facts establish, for purposes of a downward departure, Douglas Benefield's contribution to this incident and the threat that he posed to Ashley Benefield. And because of that, I believe that the defense has clearly met their burden by a preponderance of establishing that Doug Benefield was a willing participant in the conduct that led to the shooting. The second basis, Judge White, with respect to departure, would be the extreme duress that Ashley Benefield was under at the time of the shooting. The expert testimony the court heard from today from Dr. Barbara Russell speaks to that. And the only testimony that is in the record that actually was put forth to recount the events of that date was by Ashley Benefield. There is no other testimony. And in that testimony, she clearly recounted not only the body checks that Doug Benefield delivered to her that day, the cardboard box assault, the false imprisonment when she tried to leave the house, the slap. It was very clear from the letter that Ms. Benefield left for Doug Benefield that she feared for not only her own safety, but the safety of her unborn child. She articulated that quite clearly in a letter written 3 years before this incident. That's either an incredibly prescient false flag that was planted or the truth. The truth of a woman who was scared. The truth of a woman who, despite what the court has heard about Doug Benefield from the family who loved him, obviously had a much deeper problem. I believe that together with those incidents, Doug Benefield's admission and the confrontation on that day, Ashley Benefield was clearly, as Dr. Barbara Russell explained, acting under extreme duress. And I believe that the burden as to that basis for departure was carried as well. With respect to closing remarks on behalf of Ms. Benefield, Your Honor. I want to make it very, very clear that despite the exposure that Ms. Benefield faces to the court's potential sanction, she adamantly maintains her innocence, that she acted out of fear for her personal safety and shot Douglas Benefield in self-defense. The sound discretion of the trial court in ruling upon the admissibility of various evidence, that's the phrase that the appellate courts use to describe the authority of the trial judge, is the object of that discretion to ensure that evidence which comes before the jury is reliable and trustworthy? Or is that discretion designed to allow the trial court to manipulate the outcome of a trial to achieve a particular result? Jurors are told in every trial that there are two judges, the court, who is the judge of the facts of the law, and the jurors, who are the judges of the facts. But what if facts, essential facts, are kept from the jury? What if the court, rather than using its discretion to ensure the evidence is reliable and trustworthy, instead uses its discretion to undermine the effectiveness of the defense, to retard their efforts, to water down the impact of their position? Respectfully, that is precisely what we believe occurred here. Ms. Benefield was deprived of a fair trial, Judge White. Despite that, she was still acquitted of murder. Further, we believe that had the facts been put before the jury, Ms. Benefield would have been found not guilty. What then is our basis for that proposition? Let's start, if we can, with the court's order denying our stand your ground motion.
Judge, I'm going to object to going over the court's rulings being wrong. I don't really understand the significance of this in a sentencing. These are past orders and we don't need to rehash them if you disagree that they're correct.
All right, what's your objection? What, improper argument?
Improper argument.
Sir?
I believe, Your Honor, this is a sentencing under the rules of criminal procedure. We have an absolute right to address the court. I deliver my remarks not out of disrespect, but of counsel for a woman who faces 30 years in prison for a crime that she adamantly maintained she did not commit.
Overruled.
Thank you. In the court's order, the court stated that this was instead the culmination of a lengthy, concerted effort by the defendant to eliminate the victim from her life and the life of their child. When the defendant's efforts to enlist the assistance of law enforcement, child protective services, and the judicial system failed, she took matters into her own hands, as she told Dr. Broder she would. So what happens with that statement is that we take the deposition of Dr. Broder. And I asked Dr. Broder in that deposition, now that would make your statement incorrect, would it not? And I'm specifically referring to Dr. Broder's statement that Ashley told him she was going to have to take matters into her own hands, thereby insinuating she shot Doug. And Dr. Broder's response was, in terms of that quote from the report, yes. I then asked, so based on that, those would be your words, not Ms. Benefield's, correct? And Dr. Broder answered, in the testimony, yes. Question, all right. And your comment referred to Ms. Benefield's decision to seek help from the Maryland authorities, did it not? Answer, that was her plan, yes. What's troubling is that Dr. Broder's testimony at the Stand Your Ground hearing then was at best mistaken and at worst a false implication to mislead this court. And the court bought it because it said, just as she told Dr. Broder she would. So we felt that the Stand Your Ground decision was based upon a mistaken statement by Dr. Broder under the best of circumstances. Now, what are the other issues that we feel deprived Ms. Benefield of a fair trial and precluded her from putting her best case, her best defense before the jury? There were a number of evidentiary rulings that Your Honor made. Specifically, Detective Warren's conclusion that he reached less than 45 minutes after the dispatch call came to him about the shooting, that the matter was a murder as opposed to a homicide. The court may recall that the lieutenant in that department testified that you can't make a decision about a homicide immediately. It takes time. You must investigate it. They could have applied for the warrant. Detective Warren could have applied for the warrant and secured it just as well by submitting that the potential crime that occurred was a homicide. Instead, within 45 minutes, he described it as a murder. The significance of that is that it shows his state of mind and whether or not this was always an incident and a bias towards Doug Benefield that they embraced. Doug was a man's man from everything that the court has heard from his family who loved him. He was very skilled at manipulation and was easily able to cuddle up with the detectives and they liked them. And because they liked them, it influenced the objectivity of their approach to the case. We were never given the opportunity to establish that. Secondly, the email exchange between Detective Warren and Miss O'Donnell, where they discussed and participated in representing different facts for the purpose of securing an arrest warrant. Again, it went to their credibility. We were not entitled to get that in front of the jurors. The lead detective's perception, in addition to calling this a murder within 45 minutes, that, quote, all killings are murders and all who kill are murderers. This is the mentality of the lead homicide detective in the accusation against Ms. Benefield. We were precluded from demonstrating that before this jury to be able to argue with credibility that Ashley Benefield never had a chance. They decided, Detective Warren decided, within 45 minutes this was a murder, and then he did everything from that point on to support his position. It went to the heart of this detective's credibility. The admissions by Douglas Benefield in his deposition of July 17, 2018, somehow the court concluded that that was not a statement against interest, which we bitterly disagreed with and still do. But more importantly, it was the integrity of the statement of the victim under oath that we were never able to put before this panel for them to make their own independent judgment. It's one thing for me, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, to be able to argue to the jurors that he made this statement. It's quite another thing for them to hear it out of his own mouth, and in particular, for them to hear that his explanation for it was that he blamed it on Ashley. This is classic abuser perception, that it was Ashley's fault because she would not stop speaking, and it was her fault that made him fire this gun into the ceiling of their home. It deprived the jury of clearly the most persuasive and compelling evidence that the defense could have put before them. That same strategy was employed by the court in keeping out the letter that Ashley Benefield wrote and left for Doug Benefield on September 17, 2018. I don't know that I've ever had an instance of a more specific state of mind exception to the hearsay rule than that letter. There is no way that anyone, I would submit, could articulate with the same decisive and persuasive influence on the jurors that that letter, seeing it, feeling it, reading it, would have accomplished had it gone to the jurors. In that letter, Miss Benefield not only stated how deathly afraid she was for her own life and the life of her child, but she also listed all the financial problems that beset them, and in particular Doug Benefield, which would have addressed the unspoken perception and knee-jerk reaction that constantly arises from the perception that Miss Benefield was a gold digger who married somebody who was only going to be able to provide for her. I think it would have been significant for the jurors to hear from Bruce Ferris that this perception of domestic violence and lack of appreciation for it infects our institutions as well as the courts themselves. And I think Bruce Ferris was extremely qualified to provide such testimony, given his background as an active deputy sheriff who worked and specialized in domestic violence and was in court time and time and time again. we had an instance where both parties agreed and the court approved for a cutoff for motions. Despite the fact that we both agreed, we signed a written stipulation, both myself and Ms. O'Donnell and the court. The state still moved for a Daubert hearing after the court suggested it, after the deadline for such motions was closed. The court allowed the state to do it, reopened it. We had the hearing. The court still allowed Bruce Ferris to testify. When the state sought to introduce the video of Douglas Benefield and Miss Benefield and Emerson Benefield and Alicia at the restaurant, upon the defense objection, the court, to the state's surprise, sustained the objection. The state, recognizing how critical that evidence was to their case, looked to the court for help, and it came in a suggestion from the court that perhaps they may try to introduce that evidence under the silent witness theory. Inexplicably, another piece of evidence that was kept from the jury was the DNA evidence. Despite having filed a notice of disclosure of intent to introduce business records declaration, the court prohibited us from introducing the DNA report, which showed that Douglas Benefield's DNA was in fact found on Ashley Benefield's arm and hand, which would have corroborated Miss Benefield's testimony that she initially tried to flee her home, only to have Douglas Benefield grab her, spin her around, put his own back to the door of the home, and refuse to allow her to leave. At trial, the court allowed substantial hearsay to come in through the testimony of Stephanie Murphy. We objected and asked for an instruction. The court agreed that an instruction, a limiting instruction, would be appropriate, yet the court never gave such an instruction. And the reason the court gave for not giving the instruction was that the state and the defense were unable to agree to the language. The court should have fashioned an instruction and given it. The court allowed Detective Christopher Gillen to testify to his various interactions with Miss Benefield, and in particular, Miss Benefield's response. Yet, Your Honor would not allow the defense to call Samara Sweet, who was the assistant state attorney for the Manatee County State Attorney's Office, assigned to the case that Detective Gillen testified about, to rebut what Detective Gillen said. Because Samantha Sweet would have said, when she left the office, she fully expected that case, specifically the violation of the South Carolina domestic violence injunction by Douglas Benefield, to be charged. Additionally, the court made some non-evidentiary decisions, which we felt had a profound impact on retarding the effectiveness of the defense's case. The court actually quashed the defendant's subpoena to Judge Moreland's judicial assistant and forced the defense to pit Miss Benefield's former family law attorney against the state's star witness and Doug Benefield's former family law attorney, Stephanie Murphy. We have a Sixth Amendment absolute constitutional right to compel the attendance of witnesses. On behalf of Ms. Benefield, using my judgment and my experience, I felt that Judge Moreland's JA had no dog in this fight. There was no one that would have been more credible to explain to the jurors that the state's theory, the entire theory of prosecution, that Ashley Benefield killed Douglas Benefield because the Broder report was scheduled to be released, was absolutely false, because the JA would have testified that that report was not set for release. There was no date that had been given for that release. Somehow the court decided that we, the defense, could establish that through a different witness rather than the JA. Respectfully, that is not Your Honor's decision. That was my decision, and it should have been honored, because as I stand here today, I felt and still feel that that would have been the most persuasive evidence to show the jury that Stephanie Murphy's testimony was not worthy of belief. The court allowed, in closing argument, the state to allege that Doug Benefield filed for sole custody of Eva Benefield on May 4th. And that's just factually inaccurate. The fact of the matter was it was Ashley Benefield who filed for sole custody of Eva Benefield. Yet our objection was overruled.
During closing?
Sir?
During closing? You
Yes.
objected during closing?
Yes.
No.
Additionally,
Excuse me? Can you point to me in the transcript where that is?
I'm not prepared to do that now, but as the court knows, the transcript is readily available. What the court did do, however, was despite the state arguing that Doug Benefield was not facing Ashley Benefield at the time of the shooting, even though that was what their own medical examiner testified to. When I characterize the state's argument as ridiculous, the court felt that was sufficient to sustain an objection. The problem I had with that, and still do, is that one, the court is determining what witnesses are most effective for the defense, and two, the court is precluding me, on behalf of my client, from sharing with the jurors my perception of the state's theory of prosecution. Additionally, and this was
The judge is pissed now, though. I'm not prepared to tell you where the transcript it is. You got the transcript, read it yourself. Fuck.
over the strenuous objection of the defense.
During closing?
This was now during deliberations.
Okay, all right.
The jurors came back with their first question, asking specifically whether Dr. Jason Quintal reached the conclusions about Doug Benefield himself, or whether or not that was something, the characterization was something in the materials that Dr. Quintal had read. At that point, I thought it was pretty easily addressed by simply having Dr. Quintal's testimony read back to the jurors. Because make no mistake, I asked Dr. Quintal, and Dr. Quintal stated that he concluded his diagnosis of Doug Benefield was that he was, quote, super controlling, a real alpha male, as in don't even look at her, she's mine. And to my surprise, the court would not allow a readback of Dr. Quintal's testimony. Now, at that point, we can only speculate as to what the divisions were during the deliberations. But what we do know is that the jurors wanted to know, was this an independent diagnosis that this expert in trauma had reached on his own or not? The court deprived us of that opportunity by not telling the jurors that they were entitled to a readback if they wanted it. That's all I asked, is that the court tell them, if you have questions, we can have Dr. Quintal's testimony read back to you. The court refused to do so. When the jurors came in and announced at 10:30 p.m. that they were hung, we begged Your Honor to send them home for the evening. There was no reason to keep them. There was nothing pending that required a verdict that night. The court refused. The jurors had been there more than 12 hours. Respectfully, again, the defense felt that it was the court's intent to drive a result that evening, and it was accomplished at Ms. Benefield's expense. So, to sum up, Your Honor, and to close, I can only tell the court that it was a very heated trial. I think the court, for whatever reasons, made an initial judgment and never changed its position. And as a result, our efforts were not what they could have been, and in particular, that we believe would have influenced the outcome, especially because there was not a conviction for the charged offense. The jurors obviously thought something happened in that house on that day. Something occurred in the past that affected Miss Benefield's judgment. What they did conclude, which we're forced to respect at this point, is that the judgment that Ashley Benefield exercised on that day was faulty, and she did not have to shoot him. But make no mistake, they acquitted her of murder. So what we're left with is a woman who all her life has not the slightest blemish of being anything other than a good citizen, and who, in the court's own words, had the system fail her. She constantly made report after report to the authorities who never took any action. You can't help but wonder what would have been the outcome of these events had Doug Benefield been charged with a violation of the South Carolina restraining order. Would they have ended up in this position? I also don't think the court can discount the acts of domestic violence, the independent acts, the acts that are established by Doug Benefield's own admissions, and in particular, the justification that he gives for those acts. So if you conclude that Ms. Benefield was subject to abuse by Doug Benefield, then that has to affect the sentencing that the court imposes. If you conclude that she was not affected by the prior acts, the trustworthiness of which is hard to dispute given his own admissions, then I think the court turns a blind eye to independent evidence establishing that he was abusive. We know the one thing that Dr. Broder did get right was he spoke and concluded about what a wonderful mother Ashley Benefield was. I think it would be beyond dispute to say that this was an unusual act, an aberration from a woman who has no past whatsoever. There's nothing that can replace the loss of Doug Benefield's life. There's nothing that anyone's going to say to the Benefield family that's going to make them feel any better than they feel now. What I can only remind the court is that the independent evidence from Doug Benefield's side, the family thinks only the best. From Ashley Benefield's side, all the supporters think only the worst. We're compelled to look to the independent perception of Doug Benefield. And even were the court to discount Dr. Russell's testimony, that still leaves Bruce Ferris and Dr. Quintal. And that testimony establishes that Doug Benefield had a deep-seated issue with abuse. It doesn't mean that the family didn't love him, but he would not be the first person that loved ones don't recognize has an issue. And if Miss Benefield was subjected to abuse, then that's something that Your Honor must take into account in applying an equitable sentence. I hope the court is strong enough to do just that. Thank you.
All right, before I go to the state, I do have a couple of questions. Sir, in your memo, this is regarding downward departure bases. I'm starting with statutory.
Yes,
Under 921.0026 subsection 2.
Yes.
In your written documents and today, you focused on F, victim was initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident, and G, defendant acted under extreme duress or under the domination of another person. However, you also elicited testimony from Dr. Russell today regarding her diagnosis of Ms. Benefield with PTSD, explaining the genesis of that and how it could affect her. Are you seeking a downward departure under D as well?
It was not my intention to seek any other basis other than what was included in my written sentencing memoranda, but as the court knows, that was filed in advance because I had another trial out of town that I had to attend to. If the court wants to accept that as a potential basis, as well as aberrant act, that's fine. We would be quite content. Either way, our objective is that a downward departure would be appropriate. As the court knows, It comes in the form of two questions. One, is it legally available? And two, is the sound discretion of Your Honor? Should you? That's up to the court. I believe we've presented the court with sufficient evidence for all four bases, but my written memorandum only includes two.
All right, well, now, which one's the fourth?
The fourth would be aberrant incident, aberrant behavior.
Oh, isolated incident under J? All right, so and the reason I ask is it's not uncommon during a sentencing hearing for me to hear testimony or evidence presented by the defense that is intended for mitigation, but actually goes to one of the downward departures. That's why I want to clarify.
Yes, thank you.
All right, that's for the statutory bases, D, F, G, and J. There's also non-statutory bases. In reading your downward departure or your sentencing memo, and today, you've spent a number of pages in the memo, and then a significant time today of your argument on individual and cumulative errors at the trial court level.
Yes, sir.
Are you intending that to be considered as a non-statutory basis for a downward departure?
I can't speak for Your Honor. I can only serve up what I believe contributed to us having a less than effective defense to these charges.
How does that affect the sentencing for today?
To the extent that the court felt that those incidents, and I say incidents rather than errors because that remains to be determined, and I respect the fact that we have a good faith dispute as to those incidents. But if the court decides that those incidents run, those rulings run to the court taking into account, well, maybe I did hold the reins a little too tight, and maybe as a result, the defense wasn't as effective as it could be, because after all, the court sits as the seventh juror. If you feel, knowing what some of the evidence was that did not make it to the panel for their consideration, yes, you would be entitled to embrace that as a basis for departure. And if the court chose to do that, we would be grateful.
All right. That's what I wanted to know. It'll be, say, footnote or parenthetically, certainly if someone can't suffer the slings and arrows and take the criticism, they certainly shouldn't be sitting in this seat. You have absolutely every right to disagree and appeal, and that's what I expect. It's part of the process. My question is this then. In my years, in researching and dealing with downward departures, I am not familiar with, I haven't seen any support, obviously because non-statutory bases are coming up through the common law, through court decisions where those matters have been recognized. The statute leaves it wide open, right? Any other bases that the court believes. So that's where we have this non-statutory downward departure bases. I am not familiar with individual or cumulative errors by the trial court being used or cited as a basis for a downward departure. So that's where I was ultimately going with all that. If it's intended to be a non-statutory downward departure, is there any support in the case law for that?
I'm not aware of that specifically in and of itself, but I will parse, if the court will, the substance of what I've had to say. And for example, as it relates to the first basis of departure, the victim's conduct, the court can well take into account the admissions that were made by Douglas Benefield in the deposition. The court can well take into account Ms. Benefield's letter that she left for Douglas Benefield. We may argue and dispute whether or not those two things should have been considered by the panel, but that does not preclude Your Honor from embracing them and reaching a determination for a downward departure.
Understood. All right. The next one was specific to G. I understand arguments and bases for D. I understand and appreciate your arguments for F. G, however, G is acted under extreme duress or under the domination of another person. And I'm just going to phrase it as walking around knowledge of that statutory basis is it's generally a confederate or a co-conspirator or a principal to the offense, as opposed to that basis being used for the victim. The victim is the one that was causing the duress. That's where I think F comes in. The victim's the initiator, the aggressor. So do you have any case law or any law for me that G can also apply, the duress portion can be applied from the victim in the matter as opposed to a confederate, co-conspirator, or principal?
Yes, I don't have a case at hand for the court, but the distinction I will make for the court is let's not be too narrow and interpret that only as it relates to the incident itself. The point I tried to make through the testimony of Dr. Russell was that Ms. Benefield's state of mind on that day given the prior history of domestic abuse, when in the company of Douglas Benefield, already created in her, because of this past trauma, extreme duress. And I understand the court's distinction, but I do not believe that there is any case law that says that the duress is limited to the moment of the act. I believe the duress can be present from prior occasions, and that was the point I wanted to establish for Your Honor.
All right. Final question. You had mentioned about and this was both in your memo and in your statements today, Dr. Broder's testimony where, I don't know what the best word is, I'll say walked back his testimony from the stand your ground hearing.
Yes, sir.
I'll just characterize it that way.
Fine.
And you talk about, so we had the stand your ground hearing. It was my understanding from the reading, because he wasn't impeached with any deposition testimony at the stand your ground hearing. The deposition you're talking about happened after the stand your ground hearing.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That was all my questions. Did you have any further statements you want to make in response to the questions I've asked?
No, other than even though the deposition of Dr. Broder occurred after the testimony, it doesn't lessen what we perceive was the court's linchpin for the stand your ground order, which was tied to, at best, a mistaken statement and at worst, a false statement to mislead the court.
I understand. Thank you. All right, State.
Judge, I'm not going to address the alleged errors and things that happened during the trial. I believe that's not appropriate for the sentencing. While I do disagree heavily with most of what he said about those issues, I'm not going to address them independently. I do want to address some of the things that the defense said about what knowledge we have of the situation. So the defense kept saying the word independent evidence over and over and over, and that the court should look to the independent evidence of Douglas Benefield's behavior to support some of these downward departure reasons. However, I have arguments about some of those things that the defense said. For instance, the defense wants you to look at Doug Benefield's deposition testimony that was not allowed to come in to the trial. And we all know that there were reasons that was not allowed to come in the trial. It was following the rules of evidence. However, I can represent to the court that at least one of the things that Mr. Taylor said is completely inaccurate, that Doug Benefield, while he admitted to firing the gun, he never said he did it to intimidate her. So I would just ask that we be cautious about what we are presenting as fact when it is not necessarily fact. The defense also said that Doug Benefield violated the South Carolina injunction. That is also one thing that was never established definitively one way or another, whether he violated it. The defense said that Doug Benefield was caught by a neighbor spying into the house. There are differences of opinions as to that. And I think we went through that in trial, that it was just supposition and someone being identified by a voice after the defendant played a voice recording for her. So that's in dispute, whether he was actually there or not. So to take all of these things as factual and allow them to be used in such a way to say that he was a willing participant in this set of behaviors, I would argue is inaccurate. The defense also said that Dr. Quintal said that Doug Benefield was super controlling and an alpha male. But if the court recalls from trial in cross-examination, I asked him, is this opinion based on, at least in part, based on what Ashley Benefield is telling you? And he said yes. So it wasn't that it was his own independent evaluation of Doug Benefield. He was taking what this defendant was saying to him and incorporating that into his opinion. The defense also said that Dr. Ferris said that Doug was a classic abuser. The court, in the state's opinion, correctly ruled that that was inappropriate opinion testimony and was not allowed in front of the jury. And again, there are all kinds of reasons why that's not appropriate evidence to be considered by the jury. And I would say it's inappropriate for the court to consider that as fact in a sentencing. So what we do end up having is bits and pieces of a rocky marriage that in the state's argument do not rise to prior acts of domestic violence. Doug Benefield had problems. He lost his temper sometimes. So did the defendant. They had arguments. It was a marriage, and that happens in marriage. The victim, was never an abusive husband the way the defense keeps trying to represent. That is a fictitious idea that Ashley Benefield has put forth and guided through this entire process. And Dr. Russell even said today and acknowledged that she knew that Ashley Benefield had been diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder, and that one of the symptoms of histrionic personality disorder is that you tend to exaggerate and blow things out of proportion. And that is the state's entire theory, is that this particular defendant just blows things out of proportion and makes things into something that never existed. So the court should consider that in trying to determine whether this victim somehow played into this whole incident that happened the night of the shooting. One of the other things that I will mention from what the defense was alleging was improper rulings by the court, I do want to say in isolation, just this one thing, the DNA report, the defense was saying that it would have shown that Doug Benefield's DNA was on Ashley Benefield's arm. And I believe that's a false statement. It would have shown that there was some DNA on her that could have been Doug Benefield's DNA, but it also could have been a family member. And the child that was a toddler at the time was clearly a family member. So to imply that the DNA report would have clearly shown that Doug Benefield was holding her and at the time that this incident was going on, I believe is not an accurate statement. So as far as the defendant being a willing participant, the victim being a willing participant, we do only have Ashley Benefield's version of events for that night. That's all we have. And I know the defense in the motion or in the memorandum has mentioned that the court should take what she says as truth, that it's uncontroverted and unimpeached. But I have a case here, Judge, it's Early versus State, 223 Southern 3rd, 1023, which is a First District Court of Appeal case from 2017. And while this talks about a jury, it does give guidance as to the type of situation that we have here. Even when there is no other witness to the events besides the defendant, a jury is not required to accept the defendant's testimony in support of his self-defense theory as true. Instead, it must consider the probability or improbability of the defendant's credibility in light of the circumstances established by other evidence. So I believe that the court can wholeheartedly believe what Ashley Benefield said on the stand, or the court is allowed to disbelieve everything she said on the stand. And if that is the basis for this downward departure request, that he was a willing participant or an instigator, the entire evidence that we have of that comes from Ashley Benefield herself. And the state argues that her credibility is below, much below where it should be, and that it is obvious this was a pattern of behavior, that she had a goal to raise this child by herself and to get Doug Benefield out of their lives. And this was the culmination of that pattern. And so her credibility is lower than it should be. The other downward departure reasons that the defense mentioned, the one was the PTSD. But if the court looks at that downward departure reason, it says that that the defendant has a mental disability or problem that requires specialized treatment. And the defense has put on nothing to say that she needs specialized treatment for this, even if the court accepts that she does have PTSD. So the defense has not satisfied their burden for that. As far as isolated, the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner, isolated incident for which the defendant has shown remorse. I would argue that does not apply. Obviously, this was not a one-time thing. This was a pattern of conduct over a very long period of time. Additionally, it's not unsophisticated. It's a culmination of a pattern. And if the court looks at the facts that came out in trial, that there were multiple firearms placed around the house, the daughter and mother were out of the house conveniently at the time when all of this happened, and this defendant is the only one still alive that has the correct, what she's trying to say is the correct version of events. So I would argue that that downward departure reason does not apply, or the defense has not met their burden. And Judge, I think it's very difficult when this entire trial has been about pretty much demonizing Doug Benefield and making this defendant the victim, when in fact it was the opposite. Doug Benefield did nothing but try to love this woman and try to love this child and try to do the best by them. And at every turn, she abused him, in my opinion. She tried to withhold this child. She tried to get him in trouble at every turn. She tried to do everything to undermine any relationship that they would have. And he continued to go back, which was probably his one fault, was that he continued to go back and he continued to think that he could make this work. And this defendant took advantage of that. And then when she can't get relief from anywhere else, shoots and kills him. And she got exactly what she wanted for a time. And for that, Judge, we would ask that you sentence her to the maximum 30 years.
Thank you. Rebuttal.
Good.
All right. Okay, so at this point, I've heard all the evidence. I've heard the arguments of counsel. Ms. Benefield, this is addressed to you. Please feel free to consult with your attorneys before you answer, or if you want to answer. But at this point, I always just check with the defendant and say, okay, I've heard, of course, there was a stack of letters that I got from your attorney as part of the downward departure. Heard Dr. Russell's testimony today, of course, presided over the entire trial. Heard the statements from the state as well. I always ask, though, is there anybody that I haven't heard from, any testimony I didn't hear, any evidence that I didn't hear, anything at all that I need to know to make a fair decision in this matter?
Your Honor, Ms. Benefield feels that I've spoken for her.
Excellent. All right. I also give a final statement, and I'm sure that you and your attorneys have talked about this at length. You are absolutely not required to make any statement. However, I also, whenever I have a trial case, we're doing sentencing, if it's an open plea, I do always give the defendant the last opportunity. If there's any statements that you want to make, you're absolutely not required to. I'm sure you've already talked to your attorneys about it. But if there's any statement you want to make, please feel free to do so. If not, we'll just move on with sentencing.
I know the court will interpret her choosing not to as a lack of invitation from yours.
Fair enough. And as I said, you're not required to at all. All right. Is there any legal reason why sentence cannot be imposed?
No, sir.
All right. So the first thing we need to do is talk about the bases that have been argued for downward departure. And I think today it's an absolute tragedy that we're even here today. And I often, in these situations, sit back and wonder, how did we get here? How did life bring us to this point, not only here in court, but between the Benefields? I think both sides have acknowledged, because both the defense, Mr. Taylor, and the state talked about lenses and perspectives. And I think this is a good example of exactly that, where whatever lens you view this case from can really affect how you view the players, the results, the participants, and the outcome. So we've got the score sheet to start from. The issue is whether a downward departure has been sufficiently, the burden of proving that has been sufficiently met, and then whether the court would grant a downward departure. So the bases are, and I'm going to just take them in alphabetical order from the statute, 921.0026 subsection 2. The first one is D. The defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction, or for a physical disability, and the defendant is amenable to treatment. In that particular one, there was the testimony by Dr. Russell that she has diagnosed the defendant with PTSD. It's a complex trauma. She explained the genesis of it and how she reached that conclusion. But importantly, what needs to flow from that is a description of what that specialized treatment is, what sort of treatment is important or would be necessary to treat that PTSD, inpatient, outpatient, what kind of mental health therapies, and so forth. So based upon the competent substantial evidence that has been presented, I do not find that D has been proven by preponderance of the evidence, all the elements of D. F, the victim was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident. The reason I asked that question, and I was looking around, is I had a case, and I thought I put it in my packet for today, but I'm not seeing it. There was actually a decision in the Florida Law Weekly within the past couple of months. It hasn't been too long ago, where that very issue was discussed. And the DCA in that case actually came down and said, when it talks about the incident, the evidence must support that the victim was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident. And specifically, he said the court should not consider all of the pre-existing or attendant circumstances and just look at that incident. I think both sides took a great amount of time throughout this case to talk about incidents and events and happenings that occurred before September 27th of 2020. Do I have the date right? September 27th of 2020? But I think the case law talks about that particular day or that particular event. And it doesn't need to be, for this downward departure basis, the law is very clear. The defense doesn't have to prove it by clear and convincing evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. They don't have to prove or provide evidence that is beyond a reasonable doubt. The question is there competent and substantial evidence that in the incident itself, the victim was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident? And quite frankly, the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence has established that Ms. Benefield's testimony is sufficient in and of itself. And I understand the state is arguing that to discount her credibility, but is there evidence in the record that proves by a preponderance that Doug Benefield was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident? And there is. That was the entire basis of the self-defense argument. So I do find that the requirements of F have been met. G, the defendant acted under extreme duress or under the domination of another person. This is why I was asking about the case law, because I have not seen this particular statutory basis applied in this particular factual scenario where it's argued that the defendant acted under the extreme duress of the victim as a self-defense matter. But just because I haven't seen the case law doesn't mean that it doesn't exist and it can't be argued for that purpose. So for the purposes of today, using a similar analysis as I did under F, but also considering the past relationship between the parties, I think there has been competent and substantial evidence to establish by a preponderance that the defendant acted under extreme duress. The domination of another person, I just don't think fits. So to the extent that that particular downward departure basis requires that the duress come from a conspirator, a co-conspirator, a confederate, or a principal, I could be wrong, but I think it applies, and I'm applying it here. Or I think it's been proven. And then J was the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner. It was an isolated incident for which the defendant has shown remorse. The case that I talked about a few minutes ago regarding victim was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident, J has similar language. The offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner. So I understand the state's argument saying, hey, this was a whole series of events and was very sophisticated in its planning and execution. At the end of the day, the statute itself says the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner, isolated incident for which the defendant has shown remorse. So if I look at just the incident itself, there's nothing sophisticated necessarily about self-defense and using self-defense. Isolated incident, the defense has pointed out, and the score sheet shows there are no prior acts of violence, there's no prior convictions. The case law requires, though, that all three elements of this be established. The final one is the defendant has shown remorse. Obviously, she's exercised a very, very fundamental constitutional right by not making a statement today. But I can also, I believe, consider the testimony that was provided during the trial. And remorse is not necessarily, and doesn't have to be, I'm sorry I did this. Because someone is perfectly entitled to maintain their innocence, even in light of a verdict of guilty by a jury. So I find that during the trial itself, that Ms. Benefield did demonstrate remorse for this entire incident happening and the culmination and the resulting death of Mr. Benefield. So I do find that J has been established. The non-statutory bases, there were none explicitly argued, but I'm going to make a ruling on the individual and culmination of errors for appellate purposes. Again, I'm not aware of any case law that establishes that. To the extent that there's an argument to be made that, and when I say individual errors, I'm talking about fundamental error, right? Because that could just be one thing and fundamentally vitiates the fairness of the entire trial. So individual or cumulative errors being the bases of a downward departure, I'm going to go ahead and make the finding that those are not errors by the trial court are not bases for a downward departure, non-statutory bases. I may be wrong. We'll find out. The second part of the analysis is whether the court is going to exercise its discretion to depart. And that's where you really take into consideration those factors in determining, in light of all of the facts and evidence that have been presented, if this is a case that the court believes a downward departure should be granted. And as I said, I understand completely that two sides of this room are viewing this same case through very different lenses. As I consider all of the evidence that I talked about earlier that I reviewed in preparing for today, the jury's verdict, which they did not find Ms. Benefield guilty of the charged offense. It was a lesser included offense that did not include depraved mind. It included doing an act which resulted in the death of another person. I consider the score sheet and what Florida statute or chapter 921 discusses regarding the aim of sentencing, that being the primary purpose of sentencing is to punish, the secondary purpose is to rehabilitate. The PSI, which has been reviewed and considered, and I understand throughout the arguments that the defense has raised their disagreements. For what it's worth, the PSI in the factual part really just recreates or retypes the complaint affidavit. I don't really put a lot of weight on that. I don't need that because I presided over the entire trial. So I don't put a lot of weight on the factual recitation that was in the PSI. And as we all know, the PSI is not controlling on the court. The probation officer who does the report makes a recommendation, but unlike in juvenile court, where the Department of Juvenile Justice's recommendation is somewhat binding on the court, the DOC recommendation is not, but I did review that. And of course, as I said, I reviewed the defendant's sentencing memorandum, all of the various attachments, and listened to the statements that were made today from Dr. Russell, as well as David, Wes, Tommie, and Eva Benefield. And all I can say is thank you to everyone who took the time to write a letter and share your experiences. A number of them talked about growing up with Ms. Benefield, their interactions with her as they've grown up and growing into adulthood. Thank you for the statements regarding your relationships with Douglas Benefield and how his loss has impacted each of you. So when I look at the bases for the downward departure and I consider all of the facts and evidence that have been presented to me, my ultimate conclusion, Ms. Benefield, is that this is not a downward departure case. So with that said, the sentence of the court will be as follows. I'm going to sentence you to 20 years in Florida State Prison. That's to be followed by 10 years of probation. Upon your release, and the Florida State Prison was, of course, with all credit for time served, you must initially report to the Bradenton Department of Corrections. We'll be able to provide you a map of where that is. Cost of supervision will be a condition of supervision. Based upon the testimony of Dr. Russell today regarding you suffering from and being diagnosed with PTSD, the court is going to order as a condition of your probation that you obtain a mental health evaluation at your expense within 60 days of beginning your probation. You're to complete any recommended treatment, including residential treatment and aftercare, if it's recommended, on the first attempt at your expense. You're to provide proof to your probation officer regarding the evaluation, participation in, and completion of that treatment. If it's necessary for your probation officer, you'll sign any waivers or releases that are necessary for them to get the information that they need or speak with your evaluators and treaters. I am going to order the forfeiture of the firearm in this matter, that being the Springfield 45, and I'm ordering that you have given up all rights, title, and interest to the same. I haven't heard anything about restitution at this point. I am going to order restitution. I'll reserve jurisdiction to determine the amount of restitution, the payee or payees, the payment schedule, if any, and other terms and conditions of restitution. I'm also going to reserve jurisdiction on the restitution to determine whether or not to waive or reduce the monthly cost of supervision and or the fees and surcharges that are associated. I'm going to impose the following monetary obligations: the felony adjudication of guilt court costs, $100 cost of prosecution.
200.
Do you have an affidavit?
I don't have it with me. If you need one, we can go.
It's required by Florida law.
There's
If you want to
3,000
continue on,
pages.
we'll try and find it.
All right. If an affidavit is for cost of investigation is presented, I'll order $200 to the Marietta County Sheriff's Office. For now, I'm going to make all the legal financial obligations a condition of probation. All right, State, now that you've seen where I'm at with the sentencing, was there anything that you want to do? Any further arguments? Anything else you want me to consider?
Judge, my only concern would be the mental health evaluation. I would prefer that it not be with Barbara Russell when she's on probation and has to do the mental evaluation.
You don't want what?
You have ordered that the defendant do a mental health evaluation when she gets out on
Correct.
probation, and I would request it to be someone other than any of the doctors that were involved in this case. So not Barbara Russell or Dr. Quintal or Dr. Broder. Those-
Okay. I'm not going to order that. I'll let you pick your mental health professional that you want to see and consult with. Sir, now that I've told you where I'm at, was there anything that I need to explain or clarify?
No, sir. If you would, how long is the period of probation?
It was 10 years. Okay, Ms. Benefield, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of, oh, yes, sir.
Make one statement for the record. I object to the record, argue it's an abuse of discretion based on the undisputed facts, not the grant downward departure.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. I think that's generally preserved no matter what, but
I do too, but.
I appreciate your belt.
But the appellate courts like to find non-preservation, so I'm totally careful.
I understood. Belt and suspenders, no problem at all. Yes, sir. So objection to the abuse of discretion for not granting the downward departure. Noted. All right, Ms. Benefield, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court. If you can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just have one thing.
Is it regarding appeal?
Regarding,
Appeal?
No.
Oh, well, go ahead then.
I was going to ask the court if the court would make arrangements to ensure that Ms. Benefield remains in Manatee County for at least 14 days, if not 30, so that we can tie up all the loose ends in preparation for the appeal.
Okay. I don't know how much pull I have over that. DOC comes gets people when they come get them.
Can I suggest that Your Honor set this for a report in perhaps 30 days?
All right, why don't you send me an order directing the sheriff to hold her pending any final hearings or matters? And I'll,
Judge, more specifically, we're going to be filing a motion for bond pending appeal, so that's why.
oh, keep her there for that.
Yeah, so to avoid the necessity of her going back and forth.
Absolutely. So do me a favor, contact Kelly, my JA, get that set. I didn't see it's been filed yet, but get it filed.
It has not, but I will file it tomorrow.
All right, get it filed. Talk with Kelly about getting a hearing date, and then I'll sign an order to hold her until after that date. Absolutely.
Thank you, thanks.
Of course. Okay, for the appellate purposes, what I was going to say is, ma'am, speak with your attorney. You can hire someone if you want, a private attorney for that. If ultimately you are going to seek the services of the public defender, I'll just need a financial affidavit and a motion to appoint. And then once Mr. Taylor completes all of his obligations as trial counsel, we'll get a local PD appointed and then the 10th Circuit PD. All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Wow. Yeah, well, judge the judge knows there's appeal coming. The judge took forever to get there because he knows there's going to be an appeal and they're going to be going through it. So he knew that was coming anyway. 20, man. I thought it was going to be 10, if I'm being honest. I thought it was going to be 10 years. I thought it was going to be the minimum. But it was if he didn't believe this downward departure there, which he said it wasn't, then she had to have minimum of 10 years. So that's gonna be that sucks. That sucks. 20 years and 10 years. Like if he'd have done it like 10 years and then 10 years probation. But yeah, she was always gonna get 10 years. So I just shocked that he went. I thought maximum was going 15, maximum, because I thought there was enough there to show that he was violent towards her as well, and there was reasonable doubt, and the jury did not convict her of murder. It was manslaughter. Wow. So yeah, she's always going. As I say, she was always going to get 10 years and 4 months. But I'm surprised he added another 10 on. I think the bare minimum there would have been sufficient, and add another 10 years probation. I think that's a bit harsh, but also what you remember is every state's different, and also this judge has presided lots of cases, so he's got precedent, I suppose. So he has to be in line with stuff. I think in the state to be a lot less than 20. I think it's 85. I think it's 85% they're going to serve. But it sounds like she'll have to serve the 20 because she's got the 10 to follow up afterwards. And she's not been in prison at all, except for she's been for a couple of months now. So it's literally going to be looking at 20. Florida is tough, yeah. Florida is one of the toughest states you'll have. So, you know, they don't mess about. In another state here, she would get 5 years. But man, that's tough. That's tough. I understand why some people think she deserves it. That's fine. But 20 years, man, fuck. It also brings the question, like, one of the things that I found hard about this trial was the toxicity about, you know, people believing her, not believing her, and stuff like that. So I think that played a part of it. Do appeals help normally? Not really. I mean, he's still got to rule on the fact of the jurors and stuff like that. So he's still got that to rule on. And whether he will grant a new trial. He may grant a new trial himself. You know. So Raoul, how are you doing, fella? Yeah, I think most states are most state prisons 85%. So that's why I said it was probably normal 85%, but it could be different in Florida. Was she 32 at the time of the crime? So about 34, 35. She's going to be in her 50s coming out. Oh. Tell me how the appeals could help. Oh, I think I answered that. Yeah, I don't think it will help, but to be quite honest, I don't think it will help her. Oh, the verdict's in, Gary, in the YSL trial, just so you know. The verdict was in about a couple hours ago. I won't spoil it for you, but if you want to go and watch it, it came in a couple of hours ago, I think. Or unless there's some other verdict to come in here, but I know there was 2 verdicts, but I don't know. I won't say what they are because obviously, you know. Yeah, I got to be honest. I believed her as well. To be fair, I think there's enough evidence. Hey Gigi, every time I see Gigi, I'm like, hey Gigi, get up. Gigi, howdy. Right, let's see another trial then. Oh my days, tough. Why do we do this to us, each other? Unicorn. She got 20 years in jail, prison, sorry, and 10 years probation after that. So, yeah, 20 and 10. I don't know. I think it should be 10. I just feel like it should be 10. I don't think. That's why I'm sad. I don't think it should have been as much as it was. Hang on, because you're both here as well. Because you're both here, let me just do this. This is from yesterday, but they're both here. Oops. So thank you to Unicorn and to Les for the coffees yesterday. Thank you, both you lovely ladies, for the coffees. I did do it yesterday as well, but you weren't here. But thank you, my darlings, for the coffees. I much appreciate you both for that. Laughing, oh yeah, I just think of riding a horse. I was just like riding Gigi's right. Let's ride. Right, so this is a do you remember the wedding night, Jamie Komorowski? So I'll play this. This is from yesterday. So the trial was supposed to start yesterday. She did take a plea. So I wanted to play it because some of you were interested in this. I'll play it at 1.25 and then we'll end for the day then after this. It's a few hours long. But I'll play it because, still a trial we looked at. So, and some of you were interested in it. Robin G especially was interested in it. I think I may have seen how much she got, but I don't 100% remember. This is in Georgia, South Carolina. Because you're gorgeous, and I'll do anything for you. So it's about 2.5 hours then. 1.25 speed. So for those of you who want to watch it, this is from yesterday. If you remember, this is a lady that was driving allegedly at 65 miles per hour and drove into the back of the couple that just got married, and the bride died. The husband survived. Yeah. Just love you, Dylan. Oh, thank you, Les. Thank you, darling. This morning. I know. I hate that when that happens. But yeah, here we go. We can watch the whole thing here now. Let me just go to the start of it. Because I'm gorgeous and I'll do anything for you. Because here we go. The judge has arrived. Here we go, people. Judge, here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Oh, I need to mute myself. Hang on, what will we do? I'll put this 1.5. I'll put a 1.5 to see what it's like. And then I'll mute myself, zoom, 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 zoom. Mute myself.
2023 GS 103984 felony DUI great bodily injury as indicted. And reckless homicide, 2023 GS 103985 as indicted. Are there any recommendations? Well, first, who's appearing on behalf of the state?
Timothy Finch on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Is there anyone else who will be assisting in the presentation of this case?
Not the presentation of the case, I'm the secret health and preparation case.
And Ms. Wilson is present as well.
That's right.
Who's appearing on behalf of the defense?
Bethany,
Good afternoon.
Peter Williams on behalf of the Rosie and Ceredigion.
I'm sorry, I'm going to need you to speak up louder. This is a vacuum courtroom. We're not, I know you stopped spoken. But if you speak up a little bit more loud, a little bit louder for me, and of course I know you. Nathan Williams, and who did you say would be assisting you?
Chris Ceredigion,
And how's Chris spelled?
CHRIS, Your Honor.
And your last name, sir?
GRAM is Mike, ICCIONI on behalf of Jake Conrad.
Thank you very much. Are there any recommendations and negotiations, Mr. Finch?
No, Your Honor.
And does Ms. Komorowski have any record?
No criminal record, Your Honor.
Have you explained to your client, maybe? The podium's closer. It's probably easier to forward to hear everything. Mr. Williams, have you explained to your client the charge, the punishment for rights? Do you believe she understands the charge is the punishment for rights? Does she wish to plead guilty or not guilty? Do you agree with that decision? Has she ever been evaluated to determine her competency? Have you explained to her the violent and serious classification? And have you also explained to her the collateral consequences of these offenses, that being the suspension of her driver's license or the revocation of her driver's license, as well as the requirement of any interlock devices?
We have.
raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear from the testimony you give will be the truth? You can put your right hand down and you just speak a little more loudly for me, please. State your full name for the record. How old are you?
27 years old.
What was the last grade you finished?
I have a bachelor's degree
In what discipline?
science. I have a bachelor in science and business administration.
And where did you get that degree?
Postal Carolina University.
And how long ago was that? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I graduated in 2020, so.
That's okay, the year is fine, that's what I needed, thank you. Are you married?
No.
Do you have any children?
No.
Are you employed?
I'm going to put it back to 1.25. I think it's a bit too fast for some of you. I mean, Heather's in the chat, so I have to slow it down a little bit for Heather. It was fine for me, but considering the court is so low as well, I'll just put it 1.25, hopefully, and I'll put some subtitles on. So there as well. Hopefully they fix it, because I've got the boost on for Deb as well. I got Deb's boost on. Yes, I got it on.
Not currently.
What was your last job?
I was working for, I was doing digital marketing. And I was doing web design.
And how long were you employed in that capacity?
Web design for about 2 months, digital marketing for about 3.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Ever been treated for the abuse of alcohol, drugs, or mental illness?
I'm now in AA.
How long have you been in AA?
I started AA as soon as it was available to me in the jail.
And so what year was that?
That was 2023.
Are you still engaged in AA?
Yes, very much.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 72 hours?
Yes.
What have you had?
My anxiety medication.
And what is that?
Lexapro.
How often do you take Lexapro?
2 times a day. As needed.
Does that affect your ability to understand where you are or what you're doing?
No.
On the offense of felony DUI, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
You understand the minimum is 1 year, the maximum is 25 years, and a minimum fine of $10,100 and a maximum fine of $25,100.
Yes,
Do you understand that it's classified as violent and serious?
yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that under South Carolina law, that's subject to enhanced penalties? Do you understand that if you receive 2 additional serious offenses, you can face life without parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have discussed parole or parole eligibility with your lawyer or with others, but until you're sentenced, no one can tell you when, if ever, you would be eligible for parole or under what conditions. You should assume that you will serve any time that you're sentenced to day per day. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
On 2 counts of felony DUI, great bodily injury, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Do you understand that the minimum is 30 days and the maximum is 15 years?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that the maximum fine is a minimum of $5,100?
Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 P.
Guilty, Your Honor. Do you understand the maximum penalty is 10 years and or a minimum fine of $1,000 and a maximum fine of $5,000?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that on the reckless homicide that your license will be revoked for 5 years?
Yes, Your
Do you
Honor.
understand the court has no control over that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that on the felony DUI with great bodily injury, that your license will likewise be suspended?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that no probation can be given on those offenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that you will be required to have an ignition interlock device on your car?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also understand that likewise we have no control over those statutory mandated conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also understand that on the felony DUI with death, that no portion of the sentence can be suspended?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want you to listen carefully to the facts. Finish.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
This occurred April 28th, 2023, at 1200 block of East Ashley Avenue, Holly Beach, in Charleston County. On that date, shortly before 10 o'clock p.m., the victims had left the wedding reception of Eric and Samantha Hudson, which was held on the western tip of the island. The newlyweds were being driven away in a low-speed vehicle, or LSD, which is a street legal version of a golf cart. The LSD was fully illuminated with head and tail lights as it traveled eastbound from the reception site. Benjamin Garrett was driving. His son Brogan was riding next to him in the passenger seat. On the rear of the LSV was a newlywed couple, Samantha Miller Hutchinson and Eric Hutchinson. The path of travel was on West Ashley Avenue, across Center Street, and then continue on East Ashley Avenue towards the rental house. At approximately the same time as the victims were leaving the reception, the defendant was wrapping up an outing with new coworkers at a bar on Center Street, Palm Beach. After leaving that bar, Ms. Komorowski stopped by another neighboring bar, alone, for a single shot of tequila before getting into a rented 2023 Toyota Camry to drive home to her residence on James Island. The investigation revealed that an hour and a half prior to the collision, the defendant had consumed 6 alcoholic drinks. However, instead of leaving the island via Center Street toward Folly Road and James Island, the defendant headed eastbound on East Ashley as well, following the victim's LSD, albeit the LSD would have been significantly further up the road. While on East Ashley, the defendant traveled well over the island-wide speed limit of 25 miles an hour as she closed on the LSD. Data from the EDR, the electronic data recorder, or event data recorder from the vehicle, the Toyota, shows the defendant was traveling 61.5 miles an hour, 4.65 seconds prior to crashing into the LSD. 4 seconds later, at 0.65 seconds prior to impact, the EDR shows the defendant had increased to 65.9 miles an hour. The same data reflects the brakes were applied half a second later, 0.15 seconds before impact. During the time of travel, eastbound on East Ashley, the onboard system in the defense vehicle captured black and white snapshots of the vehicle as it weaved across the road, off to the right, then over the center line, left, and then back into the right lane as it closed in on the LSV. At approximately 10:15 p.m., the 1200 block of East Ashley Avenue, Ms. Komorowski crashed into the LSV. Crash
10 p.m.
10:15 p.m. 10:15. Crash reconstruction calculations estimate the defendant was traveling approximately 63 miles an hour at impact, and the LSV was traveling approximately 25 miles an hour. Samantha Miller Hutchinson was ejected from the rear-facing seat onto the hood of the Toyota. Eric Hutchinson was ejected over the vehicle, landing near the point of impact. Benjamin Garrett was ejected from the vehicle onto the roadway. Brogan Garrett was ejected from the right side of the LSV into nearby ground cover. Brogan suffered injuries to his knees. Benjamin suffered a severe head injury to his wrist, which was treated in the burn unit in MUSC, and injuries to his right hip and lower back. Ben will require further surgeries to address his other injuries, including a right hip replacement, a fusion of the right SI joint, possible fusion of his neck and back vertebrae, and surgery to address arthritis in his affected joints. Eric suffered 2 broken legs, one requiring surgical intervention to repair, a fractured facial bones, fractured vertebrae, also necessitating surgery, brain bleeds, numerous lacerations over his body. Additionally, his left eye was damaged, and the prognosis regarding his vision will develop over time. He necessitated surgery to fix the lid to that left eye, enabling him to close, and currently suffers double vision. Future surgery will be assessed. Samantha Miller Hutchinson died from blunt force trauma to her head and neck. Citizens that were staying or living in the area of the crash immediately responded to the site and called 911. Among those who responded were 2 nurses that happened to be staying nearby. They, along with others, began triaging the victims. Neither detected any pulse from Samantha. As a call for assistance was dispatched, officers from Folly Beach rushed to the scene. Sergeant Halpern, who was also trained EMT, was the first responder. On his travel to the site, and knowing the severity of the crash and the injuries, Halpern's speed from his cruiser's GPS topped out at 58 miles an hour. It was essentially consistent around 44 miles an hour with lights and sirens operating. Sergeant Halpern and Officer Honeycutt, also from Folly Beach Police Department, attempted to resuscitate Samantha using CPR and an AED. Ultimately, they were not successful. Samantha was declared deceased at the scene. Folly Beach Police Department put out a call for assistance to the scene and to handle other calls while working this crash. Sergeant Charles Seven and Deputy Aaron Scruggs of Charleston County Sheriff's Office responded to assist with crash reconstruction. CPD officers, including Zachary Azari, assisted with the DUI investigation. CCEMS, Charleston County EMS, that has transported Eric, Ben, and Brogan to MSC for treatment in the trauma unit. The coroner was called to respond for Samantha. At the scene, the defendant admitted to driving the Toyota and to drinking 2 drinks prior to the crash. She declined to perform standard field sobriety tests. She was then taken into custody for suspicion of DUI and transported to Folly Beach's Department of Public Safety to provide a breath sample, which she also declined. At approximately 1 a.m., August 29th, or April 29th, Sergeant Halpern drove the defendant to MUSC for medical clearance. The search warrant was issued for a blood sample from the defendant. MUSC collected the sample according to SLED protocols. The sample was later tested by a SLED toxicologist who reported a BAC of 0.261. A retrograde extrapolation based on the time of the defendant's last drink, her age, weight, and height, estimated a BAC to be 0.255, 0.318 at the time of the crash, between 3 and 4 times the legal limit. Ms. Komorowski was indicted.
Deborah, thank you very much. You know why. Thank you to Rhode Island. Thank you, Deb. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you so much. I saw the shh. I had to look if I was muted. I thought you told me to shut the fuck up. But thank you. Mwah. Thank you, my darling.
By the Charleston County Grand Jury, September of 23, for reckless homicide, 2 counts of felony DUI with GBI, 1 count of felony DUI with death. Again, this plea is without negotiations or recommendations.
Angle that podium so that she's talking to her. Just angle it this way so that she's speaking directly to her. Perfect. Gives us a better. Do you agree or disagree with the facts?
I agree.
Feel anything needs to be changed or added to the facts?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you're guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand you're entitled to a jury trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that during a jury trial, the state has the burden of proving your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you would have the right to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your own witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Present any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
And challenge any statements as well as remain silent in your silence that not be used against you. Do you understand each of those rights?
Yes, Your
Do you
Honor.
understand that you're giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you desire a trial, that the court stands ready to accommodate that request, and we have a panel coming in for that purpose?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any deals you're relying on that I've not been told about? Are there any secret deals you've made between your lawyer and the state that the court is not aware of that you're relying on in pleading guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Have you been satisfied with your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he done everything you've asked or expected?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any complaints about his services?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone threatened or coerced you?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily and of your own will?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you understood my questions?
Yes, Your
Do
Honor.
you need to ask any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Have you been truthful?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have the right to appeal each guilty plea and sentence of the court?
Yes,
Do
Your
you
Honor.
understand that you have to do that within 10 days of today in writing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you cannot afford an attorney for that process, that one will be appointed to you at no cost?
Yes, Your Honor.
I find there's a substantial factual basis for each plea, that each plea is dynamic freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently with the advice and assistance of counsel with whom the defendant has indicated she's satisfied. I will accept the plea. Anything further from the state? And I did not notice, oh, actually, I do notice now, I apologize. Oh, I didn't see the other 2 different names, I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
And I assume, based on, and I neglected to ask this earlier, and I apologize for my oversight, I assume that that on indictment ending in 3982, which is the felony DUI with death, I assume that Ms. Hutchinson's relatives were notified,
Yes, correct, Your Honor.
and some of them are present.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is there any restitution?
None is being sought by the state.
And I assume on indictment ending in 3983, which is the felony DUI, great bodily injury, that Mr. Ari Hutchinson was notified,
That's correct, Your Honor.
and
Yes,
he is present.
correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any restitution?
None sought by the state.
And likewise assuming on indictment ending in 3984, that Ben Garrett was notified.
That's correct, Your Honor. He's also present in the courtroom.
And is there any restitution?
None sought by the state.
And on indictment ending in 3985, that's a duplicate victim, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Anything from the state?
Only to notify the court, as you are aware, the members of the victim's family who would aware.
Certainly. You can call them in the order that you'd like and make sure they speak loudly and clearly for the benefit of the court reporter. You can call them in whatever order you would like.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
First would be Ms. Lisa Miller, the mother of deceased Samantha Hutchinson.
It's up to you. However, I'm sorry. That's fine. Ma'am, if you would tell us your name for the record.
My name's Smith. No, it's not. My name is Lisa Miller. I'm Samantha Miller's mom.
Yes, ma'am, we'd be glad to hear from you. Take your time.
Thanks.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you allowing me to speak, and Everybody be patient. I really want to get through this. First of all, for the last 20 years, my career has been a substance abuse counselor. So I wanted to bring that factor to the court. I've dealt with many different populations, offenders. I did a program for offenders. I've dealt with military people, adolescent programs. So I've kind of ran all gamut. The one thing that all these groups and all these populations have in common is the word enabling. And enabling happens when, does everybody know what that means? Enabling happens when, it could be family members, it could be friends, it could be their children, maybe the adult is one that's alcohol. They help them because they don't want them to get in trouble. They don't want them to have a bad life. By them helping them, they're really doing them a dishonor. And the only way that somebody that's having alcohol or drug issues and addiction can get better is to suffer the natural consequences of their behaviors. In this case, the natural consequences is the legal consequences of what happened, which resulted in my family, sibling, child, not being here anymore. The good thing about it, if she goes and stays some time in jail, they have treatment in there. AA is not treatment. AA doesn't help somebody who's addicted. It's good once you get to that point where you're on for treatment, you spend some time in sobriety. AA is where you go hang out with your other people, and that's it. This is some parts, but thank you. Who was Sam? I want to talk about Sam because my daughter. And she wasn't just a person on a golf cart that just got married and got killed. She was a more with child. I'm going to tell a little bit of the story. I got pregnant with Sam. I was single, divorced with an older child. Those things happen. They did not have any help or any assistance. And so I think that bonded Sam and I as being fighters together through life, helping each other until my husband that I met and married adopted Sam and was her cat. So life wasn't always easy for us to get through what we had to get through. It's really hard to figure out how we were going to make it financially. My whole first career was based on being pregnant with Sam. I know it sounds funny, but it's like, I have 9 months to get a career. I can't make $10 an hour anymore. So 9 months, hey, I can go to hair school. We figured it out. Like, we always figure things out together. Not only was she my daughter, Sam and I had, excuse me. That's okay, take your time. Sam and I had a relationship probably better than most people that love each other. I'm very close with my other two kids. Our family has always been close. But Sam and I had a bond that was very different and very amazing. And we both had each other's backs all the time. We talk every day, our whole entire life. You know, most 30-year-olds don't want much to do with their parents anymore. You know, hey, yeah, I'll come over for Christmas dinner, but I'm not going to hang out with you all the time. And I'll lead into something else I'm getting off of. But in saying that, the last time I was with Sam before the week of the wedding, her birthday is 3/27. So on 3/27, a month and a day earlier, she called me for her birthday and she said, all I want, Mom, is for you to come see me, for you to be with me on her birthday. And I brought champagne and we brought cupcakes and we went down to the beach at sunrise, our favorite time, and we did silly dances on the beach with cupcakes and champagne. That's what an amazing relationship is. She used to, when she was little, when my husband would tease me or tease her or whatever, you know, just he would act like he was saying things about me and she would just get so mad. I'd be like, don't talk about my mom, like, just defend me. Then when we divorced and I started somewhat dating sometimes, she met one of them, she'd get right up in their face and be like, you hurt my mama? I'm gonna only leave out the words she used. Hurt you, basically. That's the best friend. I can only hope that anybody in this room that has kids could have a relationship like that with their child's friend. She wanted everybody to feel happy. I had people coming up to me after Sam passed and was like, you know, if they worked with her, I were going to go to work and I was in a bad mood, I went anyway because Sam would make me feel better. Because that's who she was. She wanted everybody to just feel loved, cared about. And as much as I didn't want to talk, if something would happen to me, Sam would be up here screaming off the mountaintops. We're all in her bed. That's who she was. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Not sure if I talked to you about this. The 1 year she moved to Utah on Valentine's Day, and that was the hardest, that's the only year we were ever apart. On Valentine's Day, I came home to my house, and my whole driveway was covered with I love you mores in pink everywhere. My whole walkway, my whole door was different color flowers. I mean, different color hearts, red, pink, my whole entire front door. I don't know many kids at 30-something years old that would care about their mom having a good Valentine's Day party or day and want her to feel loved and live in a different state and have one of her friends come over to her mom's house and do this. Not too many. So unfortunately, I don't like talking about the event, but I just want to tell you what happened through Sam's mom's eyes and our family and what we experienced, which is pretty horrible. So it was supposed to be a rainy day. It was supposed to be a cloudy, and the weather just an hour before the wedding just became beautiful. Couldn't have been better. Everything was fine. Sam had me hold her phone during the wedding. And when she was on the golf cart, she realized she didn't have her phone. I'm getting ahead of myself, that's okay. So she said someone to come get her phone. And you don't know how many times you go down the rabbit hole, she had just gone without her phone and told me to come bring it to her or whatever. I mean, it's perfect timing that she got right in front of this car. So we try not to do that too much. So after the wedding, we went to where we were staying in our Airbnb and basically got into some sweats and we're hanging out on the porch and everybody had a good night and pouring a glass of wine, relax, and we're standing out there and I hear all these sirens. And the fire trucks, which on a Friday night in Bali, it's not very rare. I mean, they're there all the time, right? But I heard those fire trucks and saw those lights and I yelled, something happened, Sam. And maybe said, no, Mom, and I said, something happened to Sam. That's how much, that's a connection with somebody. I knew. And it wasn't until, I don't even know how long later, somebody came by and was nice enough to ask us if we'd heard about the accident. And so she took us down there. Sorry, it's a horrible story. And Mandy and I, my daughter, ran barefoot into the scene, which was all tough. Sam's dad was there. And within like, I don't know the timing, but maybe 15, 20 minutes, one of the officers there came up and told us, me, that everybody that was in the accident was taken to the hospital. So Mandy took me to the hospital. We went to the hospital to find Sam. They didn't have ID, so it was going to be a while before they figured out where everybody was. But I really believe that she was in the hospital. And then it was like 2 in the morning. We hung out outside. Some of Sam's friends came. And we stayed outside waiting. And then my husband, Sam's dad, called my phone and he said, Sam's not at the hospital, Lisa. He said, Sam's still on the side of the road. I just identified her. And I just fell to the ground. I don't even know how we ended up going through the next few days, but anyway, I know that's our story. I'm Sam. And what happened? Sam was light. She was love. And she was amazing. It always will be. I'm going to insert one more thing that I forgot when we were talking about the wedding. and almost defend, but another thing that Sam did, she planned a wedding, you know, as a goal for really that year planning a wedding, which sucked, but she was kind enough to do her daddy-daughter dance with both of her dads, and nice enough to include both of them. And then afterwards, we're all standing there waiting for the next thing to happen, and the DJ announces special dance for the most special person in Sam's, most important person in Sam's life. And it was me. And she played our song, and that's the last time I hugged my kid. It was on that dance floor. It was the most beautiful thing a child could do for their mom. And that's just explaining our relationship. Last thing I need to say, I'm gonna probably just read this, is that myself, Sam's siblings, Sam's siblings are nieces and her father. We've been sentenced to a lifetime of pain, as with half the world. As a mom, I can't even describe to you. I've lost my brother. I lost both my dads. This is so different. And it is scientifically proven that some kids' cells stay in your body. She died. We died. And she doesn't get a partial sentence. She doesn't get to come back to life in 10 years or 20 years. And we don't get to come back to life in 20, 25 years. This is a lifetime. Your Honor, I hope that you consider our plea in the world's plea to hold the defendant responsible for her poor choices and to experience the legal consequences of her action. Thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate your time.
Your Honor, next, Amanda Jenkins. Sister of the season.
Hi, my name is Mandy Jenkins. I'm Sam's sister. As I stand here today, I am struggling to find words that can truly convey the depth of the pain, grief, loss, and life adjustments we've all experienced in the last year and a half. It's obvious to everyone that Sam was a bright light in this world, a person full of love, laughter, and kindness. She touched everyone she met with her warmth and compassion. Her death has left a hole in our lives that can never be filled. I will never get to hear her voice, see her smile, or share any moments we had planned for the future. The pain of losing her is unbearable, and every day feels like a struggle to move forward. But Your Honor, I don't have a choice to give up. Sam was an aunt to my 2 daughters. My daughters, Amber and Maisie. They're Auntie Sammy. Despite Sam's constant care to everyone, the love she had for them was like no other, and it was mutual. Becoming a mother is the greatest milestone in my life, one Sam will never get a chance to do. My family traveled from Florida to South Carolina on April 20th, 2023, in preparation for Sam and Eric's wedding. And me and my girls never went back to Florida. 12 hours after we found out Sam was killed, Ember asked me why everyone from the wedding was at our Airbnb and why is everyone so sad. I was not prepared to explain death to a 5-year-old yet, especially because it was her Auntie Sammy. If you've never experienced trauma, I don't wish it upon anyone. Regardless of the thousands of dollars spent on therapy, the triggers are immensely debilitating every single day. The sirens, flashing lights, seeing a wedding dress, a golf cart, just the simple task of driving, and many, many more. When I'm with my girls, any of these things come up, they try to protect me. Singing a song loud to drown out the siren noise in hopes a grief wave doesn't hit me and I quickly spiral. Day to day, if I say, hey, mommy's just going to the grocery store real quick, Ember and Maisie quickly panic, having to say goodbye multiple times just in case I don't come back, in their words, like what happened to Auntie Sammy. My job is to protect them, shouldn't be the other way around.
But I also now have the task of protecting my mother and being her rock through this. She once said years back, if anything ever happens to one of my kids, I'll kill myself. The moment we found out Sam was plowed down, I made my mother look me in the eye and promise me she wouldn't do that. I didn't quite believe her, knowing the bond her and Sam shared, and I knew I needed to be by her side through every moment of this. I sent my husband on a plane to Florida, and he packed up our house and we moved to North Carolina, now 1,000 steps from my mom. This tragedy has not only stolen the future that my sister should have had, but has also forever altered the course of our lives. I know that no sentence can bring Sam back. The choices made by the drunk driver the night she killed my sister will affect us forever. They have taken more than just a life. They have taken the future, our future. I am filled with anger and frustration, knowing that my sister's life was cut short by a selfish, senseless, and preventable tragedy. The defendant's actions have forever changed our family, and we have to live with the consequences of this loss every single day, and she should too. No one should endure this pain except for her. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Miller. Next, Nathan Miller, brother of Samantha Miller.
Nathan Miller, Sam's brother.
Yes, sir.
Not much that hasn't been said. I'll just really brief. But I'm sure as you and everyone else can see and hear that how hard it's been on our family to go through something like this. It's unimaginable. If you haven't been through anything like this, then it won't really do it any justice for me to try to put it into words. And if you have, then I don't need to put it into words for you. How much pain and anxiety and just like worry, constant worry, just living in a state where, you know, when your phone rings, you know that there's a pretty good chance that on the other line, there's to be somebody in peril, and you have to do your best to try to help them. Not only do we have to deal with the loss ourselves, but we have to watch our loved ones go through it as well. The last thing I'll say is just hope that the sentence is the maximum, because you know this wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident to go over 60 miles per hour on these, you know, pitch black, tiny, folly roads that are constantly filled with people. Honestly, it'd be more surprising if someone wasn't killed in the circumstances. So, leave it at that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Hey guys, next, Brad Warner, biological father. See you.
Yes, sir. You would tell us your name for the record.
I'm Brad Warner.
Yes, sir. Be glad to hear.
I'm Sam's biological daughter. My father. I'm the one that wasn't there in the first part of her life. For the past 20 plus years. I was there for her when she needed me. When I was 2 years old, I got hit by a car left on the side of the road for dead. I survived. Everybody says they think the person was drunk. It was a hit and run. They never found the person. So every day I woke up for 57 years and hated this person. Hated every day. I'd wake up and hate somebody I didn't even know. Six months before Sam was taken, I said, well, I got to get this weight off my shoulder. I said, Sam, I'm going to forgive this person. I don't know who it is. I did. The next day I talked to Sam. There's like 1,000-pound weight was taken off my shoulders. I felt like I could fly. 6 months later, the hatred is back on with vengeance. I've never felt this much weight. This person, he took such a beautiful person away. She was loved by so many. I didn't realize how many people over the past year and a half I've heard from people that actually hate you. And they love Sam. They never met Sam, don't even know Sam. For the rest of my life, I'm going to hate you. And when I arrive in hell and you come there, I'll open the door for you. You have ruined so many people's lives. And I hope you understand what you did, because you've taken no responsibility for what you've done. You can apologize all you want later. I will not listen to a word. It's not worth it. Everybody used to call Sam a female version of me. Because we say what we mean and we mean what we say, and she always did. She was a beautiful soul. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Your Honor. Next, Annette Hutchinson.
Your Honor, my name is Annette. My name is Annette Hutchinson. That's Hutchinson. I am related to the victims. I am Eric's mother. Samantha and Benjamin's mother-in-law and Robin's grandmother. My family is my world. My children and grandchildren are everything to me. All that I do is for my family. Yet until today, I've spent the last 19 months watching helplessly as this horrific event and aftermath unfolded, shattering the lives of 2 out of my 3 children and ending the beautiful life of my beloved daughter-in-law, Sam. Speaking here today is the one thing I can do for them. Your Honor, I ask you to please consider Sam when you impose your sentence. Sam joined our family in March of 2019 when she chose my son. She was a force, so lively and so full of love, especially for my son, Eric. It was apparent to all of us they had both found the love of their lives. For over a year, Sam planned every detail of her wedding, a first marriage for both. She was excited and counting down the days, unaware she was also counting down to her own tragic death. On their wedding day, I had never seen Sam or Eric so happy. Their faces lit with smile the entire time, even as they waved goodbye from the golf cart they were riding on to start their life together. Photos in the video of the day captured the magic, but they are now too painful to watch or look at, because our lives were forever changed moments later by the defendant when she recklessly sped through a quiet residential neighborhood into the back of the golf cart. In the police report, a witness described the crash as sounding like a bomb's explosion. That statement replays in my mind, thinking of the 4 of them struck in such a manner. The next day, I had the horrific task of telling my son that his new wife had died, after he repeatedly asked during moments of consciousness, "Where is Sam?" I cannot describe to you the pain I felt as I watched my son's face process this, and I knew what he would say before he said it. It should have been me. Later, my husband and I spent a week cleaning and repairing Sam's wedding dress so it was presentable to Eric, because he did not get to see Sam after she was killed. So he wanted to see what she was last wearing in his final memory with her. Your Honor, I ask you to please consider my children and grandchildren when you impose your sentence. The night of the crash, my son Eric and son-in-law Ben both sustained injuries from which they'll never fully recover. I'll never forget the shock of arriving at the scene. I wish we could have shielded my other 4 grandchildren from the trauma of it, but we were from out of state, so we had no option but for them to accompany us. My memories from the scene are vivid and fixed in slow motion. My daughter being held from running to her unrecognizable husband Ben where he lay, her slumping to the ground, the police officer who stopped me to verify if they had found the correct number of victims, and my own realization at that moment that my son and Sam were there also. I recall the onlookers' expressions telling me more than I wanted to accept. My other son, Adam, and his family arrived and tried to comfort my daughter's two children, while my daughter ran up to him and screamed, "It's Sam and Eric too." Each devastating detail is permanently etched in my memory, including the moment when we found out that mere minutes after the happiest moments of her life, Sam had died. My son stayed at the scene and saw the criminal defendant sitting on the side of the road completely unharmed, and watched as she was led away past him. All 5 of my grandchildren, ages 10 to 17, one a victim of the crash, went from the scene to the emergency room, spending the night in the waiting room, not knowing what happened to their family. They will carry the trauma of this core memory with them for the rest of their lives. In the initial hours after the defendant slammed into Eric, Sam, Ben, and Brogan, medical staff at the hospital thought Eric wasn't going to survive his injuries. They moved him into ICU and advised us to spend as much time as possible with him. For months following this tragedy, Eric needed full-time medical care. He could not drive for 15 weeks. Since the crash, I've spent over 7 months here in South Carolina. My husband, who still works full-time, 6 weeks. Eric's siblings and friends have spent several additional weeks helping him, and we relocated him to our home state for a few months over last year's holidays, knowing how hard they would be, and he was all alone here. After Eric's initial surgeries for facial reconstruction and to repair both his legs so he'd be able to walk again, he required wound care, numerous follow-up doctor visits, and physical therapy. I watched him use a walker to get around and throw it across the room in frustration. I ran to the bathroom in the middle of the night after hearing him fall and cleaned his blood off of the floor. When he developed internal stomach ulcers, acid reflux, a deteriorating esophagus, and had bouts of profuse vomiting, I saw the pain and agony those caused. However, dealing with the severe physical injuries was easy compared to the grief, anxiety, and survivor's guilt to come. You cannot imagine the pain of constantly seeing your grown son crying helplessly and lost. For months upon my awakening, I would go check to see if my son was still breathing. On the darkest of days, I had to chase away the thought that maybe it would have been better if he and Sam had been taken together. I would prefer my own grief over my son's. One of countless heartbreaking memories I have is brushing the road debris off of the wedding envelopes that police gathered at the scene, while Eric opened them and read all the well wishes wedding guests had expressed for the life the happy couple would make together. There were 125 wedding guests and vendors at the wedding. 75% traveled from out of state to attend, only to be traumatized. Since this tragedy, Eric has made over 20 trips to the emergency room and 3 times was readmitted to the hospital for severe anxiety attacks, nausea, and dehydration. His most recent visit was only 3 weeks ago. I know some here see Ben and Eric as the men they appear on the exterior. What are not visible are the internal injuries, the scars hidden by clothing from the multiple surgeries both have endured. You don't see the constant physical pain that has become a part of their lives. The pain doesn't stop there. The emotional pain, the post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, survivor's guilt, and grief have been constant for these 19 months. You don't see the daily struggle, the arthritis setting in, and the future surgeries they've been told will be necessary to control pain and enable both men to remain mobile as they age. You don't see their limited abilities. They're unable to do activities they did before and must rely on others. Both are facing a difficult fight for the remainder of their lives. I was told there are no charges against the defendant for my then 17-year-old grandson, Brogan, because he was not severely injured. Yet he was struck by a car at 65 miles per hour while sitting next to his father, thrown several feet, landing close to his new and now deceased Aunt Sam. His view of Sam shielded by another young girl who had ran out of a nearby home, until he was placed in an ambulance and taken to the emergency room. I know Brogan struggles with his own PTSD, anxiety, trauma, and grief. but mostly in silence, because he sees the physical and emotional struggles of his father and uncle. And I know he feels lucky, but I worry for him when he starts to recall the trauma of the day. Your Honor, I need you to please consider the irreparable damage the criminal defendant has caused our families when you impose your sentence. I'm standing here today to tell you I don't know if my son will ever be okay or know happiness again. We now live under a shadow. We go through our day-to-day. We even smile for pictures that it's not real or the life we had. None of us will recover from losing Sam. Although unseen, the emotional damage is constant and at times relentless. Your Honor, please don't prioritize the defendant's life over the life of Sam and the life sentence of pain and suffering inflicted on Eric and Ben. Please send a clear message to the defendant that she must take responsibility for her actions and to others that taking a life as a direct result of irresponsible and selfish choices will result in severe consequences. As we now know, no one is immune to losing someone at the hands of another. It can happen at any time, and we live with the newfound fear it could happen to us again. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Alexis Garrett.
Yes, ma'am, tell us your name for the record.
Alexis Garrett.
Yes.
My husband, Ben Garrett, was the driver of a golf cart on April 28, 2023, along with 3 other of my family members. My son, Brogan Garrett, was a passenger in charge of playing the music and holding Eric's suit coat. And my brother, Eric Hutchinson, and my new sister-in-law, Samantha Miller Hutchinson, were all in the golf cart. Your Honor, I've struggled with what to say here today because nothing will convey the depth of pain and struggle that we have endured all of these months or feel adequate to express what was lost that night. We spent the entire day of April 28, 2023 together. We started setting up for the wedding that morning on the beach with our entire family helping. It was a perfect day and a beautiful wedding. I have never seen 2 people happier or more in love than Eric and Sam were on that day. We were still cleaning up at the wedding reception venue when I got the call that changed our lives. I was told my husband and son were involved in an accident and would come right away. Most of that night and the days and months that followed are a blur, except certain moments that will forever stick in my mind. Arriving at the scene, to so many police and medical vehicles, running in my bare feet to the crash site, seeing the chaos and destruction, seeing what I didn't even recognize as a golf cart scattered across the road, seeing my husband in a terrible state lying on the road covered in blood, and then being loaded onto a stretcher. I was not allowed to get close to him or anyone there. I remember the moments of despair as I could not see anywhere where my 17-year-old son was. The confusion and the chaos of the scene, and the kind bystanders who helped my mom and I as we tried to comprehend what was happening, and as we learned that Sam and Eric were also involved. Being told to go to the hospital, praying with my other 2 children in the car on the way to the hospital, arriving at the ER not knowing who was there or what condition they were in. The look of fear and the way my son cried when he finally saw me in the emergency room, waiting in my son's room in the ER while we weren't allowed to see my husband, and then finding out that Sam did not make it. Then hearing that my brother was also not doing good and wasn't expected to make it. I remember the worry of not knowing whether I should leave my son and husband when we didn't know the extent of their injuries so that I could go up to the ICU to say goodbye to my brother. It was all too much. It was so much tragedy. I'm trying to figure out how to help so many people I loved all at once. It felt like we were constantly trying to triage all of our family members, all while staying in a rental house 2,000 miles from home. The days that followed were heavy as we tried to comprehend the loss of Sam while trying to navigate the physical injuries Eric and Ben both had. I remember going floor to floor to each of their rooms in the hospital to see them, all while my son recovered at a rental house with my other 2 children. That day that started out so blissfully happy ended in absolute tragedy. The defendant stole the life of the most vibrant woman with the best laugh and the most gorgeous smile. Losing Sam created an irreplaceable void in our family.
The pain of losing her is an ever-present reminder of how fragile life can be, and it has left us in a state of grief that is difficult to put into words. My brother Eric is never going to be the same. I have never experienced that depth of pain and sorrow when we were in his hospital room the days following, and he would wake up and not remember what had happened, and we would have to tell him all over again. The past 19 months, he has struggled to continue to live. We have worried we would lose him many times since then, because the sorrow and survivor's guilt are just too great to comprehend. He suffers from many physical injuries that cause him daily pain, but nothing will ever compare to his shattered heart. My husband has experienced many physical injuries. He was covered head to toe in road rash and deep cuts and gashes. He spent 11 days in the hospital in Charleston. 9 of those were in the burn unit, undergoing surgery to clean out his many wounds. He underwent physical therapy to be able to walk with a walker and had to be able to sit long enough to endure the long flight home. He is the strongest man I know, and to see him in so much pain was one of the hardest things I have ever done. He continues to have physical pain limiting so many of his daily activities. Many days even walking is too much. The repercussions of that night extend far beyond his physical scars. They have left emotional wounds that we will carry indefinitely. My son, who was 17 years old at the time and merely a passenger in what was meant to be a joyous celebration, has been deeply affected emotionally. Witnessing the aftermath of that horrific accident has instilled in him a sense of fear and anxiety that he struggles with daily. The innocence of his childhood and my other 2 children has been stolen and replaced with an overwhelming sense of trauma. It is heartbreaking to see my children struggling with feelings they should never have had to experience at such young ages. Being here today was a conflict for us. We live in Utah, and we had to leave behind my daughter, who cries and breaks down at the mere mention of South Carolina. And the thought of returning to the state terrified her. And bring my youngest son, who didn't want to be parted from his father and brother again. Whenever I go 65 miles per hour on the freeway, I now think about how fast that really is, and that they were riding in a golf cart. It's terrifying to think of what they experienced as the defendant hit them going so fast. We know that it is nothing short of a miracle that these 3 men are still with us here today. And we know Sam had a lot to do with that. She is love and light, and the world will not be the same without her. No family should have to endure the heartbreak and suffering that we have due to this completely preventable tragedy. I do not believe this was merely a single act of recklessness. It has destroyed our family, shattered dreams, and left lasting scars on all of us. We will never be the same. Ours is a life sentence without Sam, and with all of the physical and emotional injuries that the defendant has left in her wake. Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Next, Brogan Garrett.
My name is Brogan Garrett,
First name for us, sir.
Broean. And on April 28th, 2023, while me and my family were on a fun vacation to support my uncle and aunt, what was supposed to be a joyous and celebratory day turned into a nightmare that will haunt me and my family for the rest of our lives. That night, after my aunt and uncle's wedding, an intoxicated Jamie Komorowski struck me and my dad while we were taking my aunt and uncle to their rental. The crash took my aunt's life. A bride celebrating the happiest day of her life just hours earlier. She was full of love and laughter and light, and her absence has left an unfillable void in our family, as well as others who had to have Sam ripped from their lives. The impact of this tragedy goes far beyond her death. My father and uncle were severely injured. My uncle to the point that he was not supposed to make it through the night. My father endured immense physical pain, a long hospital stay, and grueling recoveries as well as having to watch my baseball model and protector in my struggle that much to walk just a couple of feet, to sit up in a chair, and to watch him sit out while me and my brother would play catch. I too was injured, both physically and emotionally. The images of the mangled golf cart staring at the leaves of the trees, of sirens blared and lights flashed across them. My ride in the ambulance to the ER. Finally, getting to the ER and hearing my mom tell me what was going on. Finally, seeing my dad in the state that he was in, and listening to him groan while my mom shared the news to me about Sam. My thoughts were racing while I was wondering what was going to happen to our family, and thoughts of the brand new marriage a marriage that got ripped apart in seconds. These are things that I relive daily. The fear of getting rear-ended again has haunted me since that day, and I did not stop checking my rearview mirror while I drive. The emotional and mental impact has caused me to often wonder how anyone could make the choice to drive while intoxicated, a choice that has brought so much harm to innocent lives. The decision to drive under the influence is not reckless, it's selfish and cruel. It is an act that destroyed a family and robbed us of a loved one who we can never get back. This accident didn't just affect our bodies, it shattered our hearts and broke the spirit of the family that had come together for love and celebration. Instead of remembering that day for the joy of a wedding, we now associate it with grief, trauma, and loss. The few more days that I spent in Folly Beach were not pleasant. When I finally returned to the rental that we were staying at, there was a dull feel to everything. The adults with us were usually taking naps or resting before they returned to the hospital to take their shift with my dad and uncle, while the older kids were tasked with keeping the younger ones entertained. My sister refused to let me out of her sight. They would be constantly taking care of me while my mom was with my dad. I was faced with having to try and help my brother while we struggled with emotions that were not meant to be felt and processed by a 12-year-old. Every little daily task was a struggle for me, and everything seemed to move in slow motion. When it was time to finally go home, we came to realize that my dad was not going to be joining us. And that devastated me and my siblings. Having to separate our family in a time where all we wanted was to be together was very hard. When we got home and were forced to return to our normal lives, it was a struggle. Going back to school and trying to pretend like everything was okay was mentally draining. Everyone asking you the same question over and over again about whether you were okay or not was taxing. Everyday activities like classes, sports, and hanging out with friends felt pointless. And my motivation started to disappear when all I wanted was for my dad to come home. When my dad finally returned home, the enormous burden that was placed on my family did not go away. While still having to help my dad recover, we were also hearing stories about how my uncle was doing back in South Carolina. They were hard to hear, and the combination of watching my dad struggle to recover from his injuries made it hard to keep our hopes up for a better future. The justice process that followed was daunting and placed a lot of stress on me while I was trying to navigate the foreign world that I was dropped into. The big toll on my mental health and the fear of losing another family member has also affected many big decisions in my life. One of those decisions being after graduating to serve an LDS mission, which I was preparing my whole life to do and was looking forward to. I hope the court will consider the profound impact that Jamie Komorowski's actions have had on me and my family and my future. I ask for accountability and justice, not only for the harm done to us, but to send a message that such choices have devastating and irreversible consequences. Thank you for allowing me to share my story.
Benjamin Garrett. Yes, sir. Please tell us your name for the record.
Benjamin Garrett. Your Honor, I just want to start out thanking all the first responders for that night. I know it wasn't something that anybody wanted to go through. And also, I just want to thank Folly Beach community, Charleston, Morgan, Utah, North Carolina, everybody around the world for supporting our families through this. Your Honor, that evening was such a good night. Celebrating Sam and Eric and their love. And I was looking forward to driving them off their rental with my son. It was my only job for the wedding. While we were on the drive there, we were talking that night. You know, we were just listening to Sam and Eric talk, flirting with each other. Rogan and I were having conversations. We talked about the breakfast burritos at Burt's Market, how fantastic they were. And that's the last thing I remember that night. The next thing I knew, someone was tapping my shoulder, asking me if I knew where I was. And I remember opening my eyes and seeing all the lights and knowing that I was at the hospital. I had no idea how I got there or what had happened. The next time I woke up, I remember hearing Eric yelling in pain, just screaming, "It hurts, it hurts." There was so much chaos inside the ER. In and out of consciousness. I asked about my son. One of the nurses came back. I think it was a nurse. I don't know who it was. Told me that it didn't look good. And then a little bit later, when I woke up again, they came back and told me that they gave me the wrong diagnosis. They gave me Eric's diagnosis instead of my son. And that my son was with my wife, and they'd be taking me back there. The hospital staff eventually took me back to go see my wife and my son. And that's when my wife told me that Sam didn't make it. They didn't know if Eric was going to make it through tonight. It was my only job, and I didn't get to complete it. To make sure that they got their rental property and have their money. Your Honor, I had a road rash all over my body. That night, I had no idea what the extent of my injuries. I didn't want to move. I couldn't move. Had stitches in my forehead, an open hole in my knuckles on my left hand, giant gash on my right wrist, and I couldn't walk, couldn't even stand. I actually, when they released my son, I told him I'd come home, and the doctors told me, well, if you can stand, you can go home. It was a struggle to sit up, and I knew that I'd be staying longer. After the first couple of days, my wife getting pretty upset with the condition that I was in. Dr. Hinkett at USC and her team took me in for surgery again, fixed up the stitches on my forehead, and also gave me a fish skin graft on my right wrist. I then spent the next 9 days recovering from injuries and trying to walk. I separated my right SI joint, cracked my sacrum, and tore the labrum in my right hip. I had to practice sitting in a chair so that I could show the doctors that I could fly home and join my family. When I returned home, I was referred to the University of Utah Burn Clinic and instructed to see a general practitioner and orthopedic surgeon. I had more MRIs and X-rays due to problems in my pelvis, my back, and my neck. That is when they found that I had broken vertebrae in multiple places in my back and my neck. And I still have issues there today. I spent 6 months in physical therapy until my insurance told me I ran out of visits. Your Honor, this is just a list of the physical injuries, and most of them I'm still dealing with, so I'll need to have a hip replacement, fusion of my SI joint, and possible fusion of my vertebrae and my neck and my back. This will continue to be a burden that we'll have to deal with financially, physically, and emotionally for the rest of my life. The hardest part of this, the whole incident, is the mental and emotional side. Your Honor, my wife and kids saw me in a state they should never see me. And I am unable to be the husband or father that I was or wanted to be in the future. I should be seen as their protector, their rock. My kids and my wife now watch me go downstairs to make sure I can make it. They come out, carry things in from my truck or from our cars because I can't carry them. These are all things that I can do on my own before. And I can't even do stuff around the house. I can't get on the ground, fix a faucet that's leaking. I can't get on the ground, pull weeds, or fix sprinklers. Wrestle with my boys, run football routes, throw passes, swing a bat, swing golf clubs, be a catcher for my son when he wants to pitch. I can't even go for a run. I don't even like to run, but I can't go for a run. I would love to be able to do TikTok dances with my daughter, like I used to. These are all things that have been taken from us, including my hobbies of hiking, fly fishing, ice fishing, skiing. I get so frustrated that there's so many things I can't do. And stuff that I do around my house, I now have to hire somebody to do. When before I could just do it on my own. And whenever someone leaves our house, which we've got teenagers, so it happens all the time, we are nervous and always checking on them to see where they're at, hoping that they will make it home safe. It's a new fear for us. It's a new fear for me, just to even make it home. I have a golf ball in my truck that when I start getting anxiety when I'm driving, I can grab that golf ball and rub the dots, the dimples in it, to help ground me and help me calm down. And I always go back in my mind to that night, me being the driver, if there was something that I could have done. Something I could have done different. I replay the events leading up to it constantly in my mind. Like Rogan going back to get Sam's cell phone. How long we sat at a stoplight listening to a song. Could I have gone a different route? Could I have gone slower? Could I have gone faster? These are the things that I struggle with every day. Every day I'm in constant pain and have no way to get the relief that I need. I have to go to work. I have a family to support, and I work in construction and drive a lot, so I can't take painkillers. When I get up in the morning, I say a prayer that the pain today will not be that bad, and then I'll be able to do the things that I need to do to take care of my family. It is a daily struggle. Some days it's hourly. But I will not let James' choice to drink and drive that night keep me from trying every day to get better. Your Honor, I don't know Jamie. I don't know her personality. I've never talked to her. I don't plan on talking to her. So the decision to drive drunk that night was made well before April 28th, 2023. I'm a strong believer that people have a moral compass in their lives, whether we agree with that compass or not. Everybody has a moral compass, and Jamie made the decision that it was okay to drink and drive well before that night. There is a statement that Jamie made in one of the calls to her father where she asked, "Why did this happen to me?" Like she didn't have control over this. Your Honor, nothing happened to Jamie. Jamie happened to Sam. Jamie happened to Eric. Jamie happened to Brogan. Jamie happened to me. Jamie happened to everybody that was impacted by this. She chose well before that night to drink and drive, and it would be okay. It was not. I'm not sure that Jamie is remorseful. We are here today, a little over 19 months later, listening to her plead guilty. Even though I am thankful for that, and that we aren't going to trial, we did not get to delay the physical and emotional prison that Jamie put us in for 19 months. The evidence was there. Why did it take this long? Jamie will serve her time and the penalty that the court decides, and we will respect that. She will eventually get out, but the prison that she has put us in will be with us the rest of our lives. We will never get Sam back. Our lives will never be the same. I think about having grandchildren and not being able to get on the ground and play with them. I know the court will do what it needs to do, and we will accept that. And I thank you for your time, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Eric Hutchinson.
Yeah, Eric.
Okay, right. 2 seconds. This is the husband. Whew. Fucking hell. I've never seen something so emotional as this. Fuck. Right, so this is going to be heartbreaking. This is the husband. Fuck. Right. We'll play it through. But, wow. There's about an hour and 20 left. I played at 1.25, I believe I am. And I think that's just a nice speed. Yeah, 1.25, just a nice speed. So we'll carry on with that. Oh, we're just pausing for a couple of minutes because, our respect for them. Wow, I see the comments about Jamie. She's drugged up. I think she's on 3 what's she on? 3 like anxiety tablets and anti whatever they call it. Sorry, I forget what they called it. And I think you're only supposed to have 1 a day, and she's on 3. So yeah. Yeah, what I think we're gonna do, I actually, I don't think we need to listen to some of the arguments, maybe, but we'll zoom. You're right, yeah. Antidepressant, yeah, something like that. Maybe it's not that. So Heather might know. Heather will know. I think she said. Well, to be fair, they are strong. Do you mean what she'll be on is quite strong? Do you know what I mean? So it's not just 1 she's on 3. So maybe why she's feeling dopey right now. I don't disagree with you at all, Robin. I think she should be feeling it. So I don't agree with drugging them up. Well, Lexa Spro was what Carly was on too. Ah, okay. So yeah, having 3 of them is going to hit you. Do you know what I mean? I don't think she's on anything else. I think those are the thing that is she should take 1, yes, by all means. But 3, she's zonked out. She's totally zonked out. She won't remember any of this now, or hardly any of this later, which is wrong. Anyway, we'll get into it. So yeah, bear yourselves. Obviously, this is emotional. I think it's Aric, it's not Eric. I think it's ARIC from what I remember. So yeah. Yeah, I think we can zoom through most of the others. I think it's just if she makes a statement, we'll do that, obviously. But Arik, it is Arik. Yes, thank you, Heather. Thank you, Robin. Lovely Sarah Peterman. Trigger warning. Yeah, this is emotional. Do you know what I mean? So there we are. We will listen to what she has to say, but I'm not really interested in hearing what both sides have to. I'm not interested in hearing the lawyers. I listen to her family and her, and that's about it. We'll zoom the rest of it. We'll skip it. I can't be asked. Listen to lawyers just doing their jobs. Right, okay, people. Here we go. Hopefully, you've had time to empty your bladders and everything. We're gonna go in 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Pause. What the fuck did I do? Oh, that one. Oh, shit. Sorry, people. Here we go.
Sam was my wife. I was sitting next to her on the golf cart. I've been thinking about what to say ever since that night. What do you say when your world's shattered? Physically, I'm in pain every day. My face hurts, my back hurts, my feet hurt. It's a struggle to get through every day. I've seen more doctors than I can count. I've seen more therapists. More psychiatrists, done more procedures than I ever cared to do. And I still feel I'm at the same point as when I found out that day. My world will be ever changed. What happened that night? I think about that night every single day. In the last moments I had with Sam on the golf cart. She told me she didn't want the night to end. And I kissed her on the forehead. And then the next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. I see my mom's face, still wearing the wedding dress from the night before. And I knew instantly. And so I asked for Sam. I knew she wasn't there. I wish more than anything gives me instead of Sam. I wish I died that night, so she didn't have to go alone. I wish I saw you coming. And I jumped off the golf cart so you would only run me over. I pray to God that you missed that golf cart. We did not get hit. We got ran through at 65 miles per hour. There's no way any four of us, any three of us should be alive. All four of us should have died that night. But I'm a firm believer Sam saved us. That's who she is. And she would have took one for all of us. Said, take me, save these guys. The guilt with that I live with every single second of every day is unbearable. You took the greatest human being I've ever met. She's not coming back. She's gone. She was my world. And I'd give anything just for 1 second to hold her again. She wanted children, and she talked me into having two. She wanted them so bad that she wanted to start having kids, or trying to have kids before the wedding. So I was nervous that she wouldn't be able to fit into her wedding dress. So we decided to wait till after the wedding to start a family. I don't have joy, I don't have passion, I don't have drive. I feel like I'm stuck in hell. I wish every day that I died. Do you know what it's like to vow to protect your wife and to do anything for her, and then to lose her hours after that? Something nobody should have to go through. This tragedy has touched so many people around the world. I've received letters, messages, strangers all over the country, the world, to sit home with a lot of people. And they have shown so much love and support. Your sentence does not matter to me. If I had it my way, I'd give you life. It seems only fair since you took Sam's life and the holes that you've ripped through our entire family, my family, and all our friends. But I know that decision does not up to me. Regardless of what decision is made, I still will be in this hell. I still will have to go through everything. My brother-in-law will still have pain, will still have surgery. Sam's family will still miss their daughter, their sister. Sam was the light to all of us. She was the wrong person to die that night. This is a quote from Sam's vows. She said, I will love you today, tomorrow, and until I take my last breath on this earth. I'm forever yours. No so hours before you get a living. Thank you for your time, Jeremy.
There's nothing further.
Any position on sentence?
We'll leave that discretion for feeling the facts and circumstances, case such as people themselves.
Your Honor, of course, indulgence, I'd like to address the court in argument on behalf of Ms. Komorowski.
Sure.
Thank
You may proceed.
May it please the court, I have had the privilege of representing James.
I have a list of 7 people, is that, well, not including your client, I have a list.
Car that resulted in taking her life. It's an error.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first person I'd like to invite to address the court is Jamie's father, Charles Komorowski, who's seated on the left side of the courtroom.
Yes, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Charles Komorowski. There, I'm Jamie Komorowski's father.
Yes, sir, be glad to hear from you.
Your Honor, I would like to address Samantha's family, the Millers, and Eric Hutchins' family. I'm very sorry for the pain and suffering. And my daughter Jamie's terrible decision to drink excessive amount of alcohol and drive a car that resulted in taking her life. I am so very sorry. I'm so truly very sorry. Because of the pain that she has caused, Jamie is doing everything she can to help others. She has become very involved with Alcoholics Anonymous. She attends virtual Alcoholics Anonymous meetings every day. She's the chairperson of one of the meetings. She hosts a meeting every Friday morning in her home, at her apartment. She volunteered to be on call for the Alcoholics Anonymous hotline. She answers calls from people that are in immediate need of support and information. She advises them on how to get involved with Alcoholics Anonymous and also reassures them that they are taking the first step in getting help for their addiction. She shares her personal story so that may prevent others from drinking and driving. She is passionate about trying to help people to not drink and drive. She is a very caring, loving young lady. She's working and will work tirelessly to help others to make better decisions than she has to never drink and drive. She has taken full responsibility for her disastrous decision to drink and drive, resulting in taking Samantha's life. Please allow her to fulfill her heartfelt desire to help others to prevent someone from making the tragic decision to drink and drive. She truly is a wonderful person that can and will help others. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to invite Janie's mother, Tracy Pomerosky, to address the court next.
Yes, ma'am, we'd be glad to hear from you.
Yes,
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Tracy Pomerosky. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could you spell your first name for the record?
Traci.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
I'm Jamie's mother. And first, I want to say I'm truly sorry. I am full of pain and suffering and heartache for victims and families and loved ones have endured. With my sorrows, I will always feel the pain. I will not feel the pain. I will feel bad for what has happened to everyone. Jamie is compassionate, caring, generous, and a loving person. She's been a loyal friend, sister, and daughter. She greatly cares for others and wants the best and happiness for others. This makes her happy. Jamie was a good student who graduated from Coastal Carolina College and made Dean's List. She chose to stay in South Carolina to live rather than come back home to New Jersey. A couple years after college, Jamie started to share with me that she had been suffering from anxiety and depression. We spoke about talking to someone and seeing a doctor, which she did. I often thought her anxiety and depression was due to being homesick and lonely, and perhaps this is the daily stress of life. I now believe Jamie was using alcohol to cope with her feelings. I will forever regret not speaking to Jamie about alcoholism because it is in our immediate family. Jamie has been doing everything she can to better herself. As I know these things are being repeated, but this is what I wrote down. She has been involved in AA and its members. She joins meetings online, answers AA hotline calls to help others. Jamie is constantly sharing her story, constantly help others from making the same mistakes she has. She has opened her heart to many. I respect your sentence for Jamie, Your Honor, but I do ask for some mercy on my daughter. I know she made a horrible decision, but she is a good person, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak about my daughter today.
You're welcome, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the court?
Yes, Your Honor. Next, I would invite Jamie's sister, Kelsey Pomerosky, to address the court.
Yes, ma'am. You would tell us your name for the record.
Kelsey Pomerosky.
You can spell your first name, please.
K-E-L-S-I.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I first want to apologize to friends and family and loved ones of Samantha. So sorry, and enough of that we got here today. This is horrible. I wish there was a
Ma'am, we need you to speak up for us, please. The court can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I wish there was a way to go back in time and change the horrible decisions that Katie made that night. And I can only imagine the depth of your sorrow and your heartbreak. I am truly, truly sorry. I know a lot of people have spoken about what Katie has done since being released and coming onto house arrest. And I think the biggest note here is that she's just taken as much action as she can. It was an action that caused the death, and I know she's going to vow and commit herself to placing actions out in the world that could hopefully right these wrongs in one way or another. She's here to help others through their struggles and to be more open about struggles of alcoholism. How you see it in your family and how you can prevent things from moving forward to something so devastating happening. I love Jerry very much, and I'm sure that's hard for some people to hear, but I've known her her whole life. She's not
wish harm on anybody. She did make a horrible, horrible mistake. I am very sorry to the Ben's families and loved ones. And I just ask the court sees the potential in her to be able to move forward and help others. I know she will, wherever she may be. And just thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, I invite Kim Walters to address the court.
You would state your name for the record.
That's Kimberly Walters.
You may proceed.
First of all, I'm deeply sorry for the loss of Samantha, as well as the financial implications, as well as the implications of family. My name is Kimberly Walters, and I'm a sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I've been attending AA for many years. I take meetings to the jail, and that's where I met the defendant, Jamie. I met her in May 2023. She was extremely sad and huge when I met her, and she didn't grasp the situation. While in Jamie, she had limited access to counseling when she was in jail, but she did attend the AA meetings that we brought in from the outside. We provided her with a big book, and she started to go through it with some of the members in her community and read the big book as well. When she was released on house arrest, she reached out to me through some of the Zoom meetings and asked me to be her sponsor, and I'm gladly accepted. As a sponsor, I met with Jamie twice a week at an apartment where we went to the big book. We began working the 12 steps of AA. And AA is not just a fellowship, it is a way of life. It's a way of life for me and many others to keep me sober. I work with other alcoholics. She is taking complete action for accountability for her actions, and she's made amends where she can. Jamie approaches part of the process with fearless determination to turn her life around and take responsibility for her actions. She made the direct amends where she could, and she took on a path of honesty and integrity. Through her involvement in AA, we've heard of all the great things she's done, whether it be hosting meetings at her home, reaching other alcoholics for sharing her story, so this tragic accident will not repeat itself. In addition to recovery efforts, she's also found a part-time job, using her education to better herself and care for herself. This opportunity has allowed her to give back to the community by advancing her career. She's passionate about helping others, as we've heard, and helping other local-run businesses and helping other women and alcoholics. As we all know, what has occurred is a tragic accident as a result of the disease of alcoholism. While there's no true right way to right this wrong, Jamie is deeply remorseful of her past actions, and I care for her. She was my own daughter. She's thoughtful, kind, and passionate. This tragic experience has unfortunately awakened her and had her claim that she's now an alcoholic, and she's now embraced the principles of AA. In my many years in Alcoholics Anonymous, I have worked with many sponsees. That's part of this program. We can't get sober alone. We do it with others. We continue to carry the message to help other alcoholics. Jamie stands out to me as a very impactful person, not only because of her circumstances, because of her unwavering faith, and a brighter future, and embracing of the AA program. Jamie is ready to make amends for the life she took and for all those that were affected. She's accepted whatever judicial system imposes on her and intends to face this with dignity and sobriety. I'm incredibly proud of her, and although she's remorseful for her choices, she is an alcoholic and she was sick. She did not make this decision consciously or sanely when she was drunk. She made the choice to drink, but unfortunately in alcoholism, this is a deadly disease and we make very poor choices. While nothing can be done to bring back Samantha, Jamie's a young woman with a full head of life ahead of her. She's already on the way to changing her life around and adding many, many years of sentence, might be reckless as well. I have 2 teenage daughters, and while I would be devastated if something happened to them, I would hate for another life to be taken away through a lengthy sentence. I strongly believe that our AA community and the broader society will be better off when they're actively contributing as a member, and I pray for mercy and leniency. I thank you for saying my words.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, I'd like to invite the Director of the Charleston Recovery Center, Jennifer Jett, to address the court.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you would tell us your name for the record.
My name is Jennifer Pett, JENNIFER, PETT.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I have had a lot of tears for both families involved in this, and a lot of prayers for both sides of it. There's no easy way, there's no easy solution for anybody in this world. I got a phone call before I had even heard of Jamie from her dad asking about getting her in for treatment at the Charleston Recovery Center. I know that she had wanted to get help for her alcoholism, I'm guessing shortly after the accident. I don't want to knew that I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know her, I didn't know her dad, but I knew that her dad was reaching out for help. I later found out who he was calling about was Jamie. And I was invited to the bond hearing where the family and her attorneys had hoped to get her involved in the Charleston Recovery Center for a residential long-term inpatient recovery center, and they wanted to have Jamie come there. It didn't work out with the decision of the court, but shortly after Jamie was released on her bond, she reached out to me, and I know that she reached out to several other women at AA and tried to get some sort of recovery going from where she was standing. She wasn't sure how that worked. It sounds like she had found a wonderful sponsor. She checked in with me several times since she's been on house arrest. Been making good progress with her sponsor. Alcoholics, I'm a recovered alcoholic myself. My sober date is April 21 of 2019. And I've been on the side of the law where, the courts, where I was facing time. And I know that from that side of it, God can use us wherever, whether it's this court, whether it's jail, whether it's home. In Jamie's case, she has thoroughly embraced the steps. You're right, Your Honor, you can't go to AA and expect to stay sober. You have to thoroughly walk this path. You have to thoroughly invest yourself in this program and work these steps. Jamie has worked all the steps, and a huge part of this program is continuing to pass on this message to other alcoholics. And her story is powerful. Working in the recovery community, I've seen a lot of tragedy. It's a heartbreaking field to be in, but it's also very rewarding because I've had the benefit of seeing people like Jamie turn their lives around and carry this message to help countless other people that came in behind them. I went to an AA meeting once and they asked somebody who was sober several years, several decades, to stand up. He was dying of natural causes. He was still sober. They had asked everybody who he had helped who he had sponsored to stand up. And a handful of men stood up. And then they told those men to keep standing in the rest, and people that were sponsored by those men to stand up. And more people stood up. And then those people who they had sponsored to stand up. And eventually, out of about 150 people in the room, everybody was standing except for a couple people who hadn't had a chance to embrace this as Alcoholics Anonymous. And the ripple effect of what Jamie's story is and how it can heal people and help others, she may deserve a punishment. But the people that she can help don't deserve that. I believe that. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last week, Happy Jamie's brother, CJ, came out to address the court.
Sir, you could tell us your name for the record.
My name is CJ Komrowski.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Mr. and Miss Miller and the air. I'm so sorry for what you lost and what you will not get back. I'll carry this day with me as a reminder to forever and always be careful and think twice to make sure nothing like this will ever happen again. I wholeheartedly believe in my sister Jamie that she truly does feel the same way. I trust her. I'm confident in her beliefs and her abilities to make something right out of all this. That is all. Thank you all for your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would like to invite Jamie up to address the court.
Yes, ma'am, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
My name is Eva Benefield, and on the night of April 28, 2023, I chose to drink and drive, which resulted in the death of Samantha Miller and the serious injuries of Eric Hutchinson and injuries to family members Benjamin and Rogan. This is the worst decision I have ever made in my life, and it has affected the lives of so many. First and foremost, I want to address all the victims of the accident I caused and say how truly and deeply sorry I am. Due to my poor decision, a beautiful life was taken. A wife, sister, daughter, and friend of many is no longer with us. And for that, while I know an apology will fix nothing, all I can say is how incredibly remorseful I am. I also am truly sorry and remorseful for the physical and emotional pain I caused to the other family members. I wish I could go back and undo this terrible tragedy, but I cannot. I will live the rest of my life with immense regret for what happened that night. I also want to express my deep remorse and sincere apologies to all who were involved in this tragedy, including the first responders, police, friends, and families of the victims, and anyone who was hurt in any way due to my poor decisions that night. This will be something that impacts all of you for the rest of your lives. I take full responsibility for the tragic outcome that my decisions have made. I will carry this guilt with me for the rest of my life. And as much as I wish I could go back in time and have none of this happen, I know that cannot be done. A lesson I have learned is that just because you have good intentions or would never want to hurt anyone, if you aren't being responsible for your actions, you can and you will hurt people. I know I am going to be punished for these actions, and I agree that it is something that must be done. I would like to make it clear that whatever my punishment is, I will use the time to better myself, spread awareness about the dangers of drinking and driving, continue to help others with addictions through AA, and work every day to improve myself to give maximum service to the community and my fellows. Some ways I plan on doing this include staying extremely involved in AA and the fellowship of helping people recover from their addictions. I am able to do this because I know what it is like to be an addict. I did not want to believe that I had an addiction to alcohol before this tragedy, and so I told myself every day I was normal. The fact was, though, that I was helplessly addicted to alcohol, and that I was living every day with no meaning. This led to me not caring about how my actions would affect others. I never want to live my life that way again, and I hope to help people to never have to feel that way as well. After completing my sentence, however long Your Honor decides, I plan on going back to school to get a master's degree in animal-assisted therapy. This degree will allow me to follow out my dreams of being able to help people recover from PTSD, anxiety, depression, addiction, and more with the use of rescue animals. Lastly, I want to share my story with as many people possible in order to try and prevent tragedies like this from happening to other families. I want to emphasize the importance of warnings of drinking and driving to college students as well as young adults who haven't heard the message since high school. It is vital that the warnings of drinking and driving don't stop after the age of 18. I feel we all need to be reminded, no matter what our age is, so that the reality that this can happen, if not careful, stays fresh in people's minds. I have never been in trouble before, but one isolated decision of mine devastated so many lives. All of this work I plan on doing will be dedicated to Samantha and her family. Unfortunately, it took this incredible tragedy and terrible incident to wake me up to the extent of my addiction. I hope to help people wake up and rehabilitate before it's too late. Because every single decision we make has consequences, and knowing you have taken a beautiful life from this world, it's something I will live with every moment of every day going forward. A life that should have lived on to fulfill all of her dreams and ambitions, who would have helped so many people in life, all because of my own inconsiderate and thoughtless actions. I want the last thing that I say to be that from the very bottom of my heart, with every fiber in my being, how sorry I am, and that I take full responsibility for my actions. Hopefully one day you will be able to forgive me, but I know forgiveness must be earned, regardless of whether that day ever comes. Please know that I will always be devastated, deeply ashamed, and terribly sorry for what I have done. I pray God stands by the side of my victims and their family and loved ones for the rest of their lives. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything from the state? I was going to hear from the state regarding the defense request for credit for home detention pursuant to 24/13/40 for house arrest.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, please report. Yes. The state's opposed to that credit.
I'll tell you why.
Well, Your Honor, the state's position is that pretrial detention incarcerations manifestly different than being at home, being able to
What does
spend.
the statute say though, and what's the legislature say about the statute? Why did they amend the statute?
The statute leaves it in the court's discretion, an understanding that it's the court's decision to make I just conveying the position of the state. Although it is in your discretion, it may be granted according to statute. The state sees that pretrial detention is different than house arrest.
It's my understanding, and I don't have the bond order in front of me, and I apologize in advance for that, because I should have it in front of me, so I'd be able to refer to it. Not your fault, of course, or your responsibility. But doesn't the statute speak to these type situations where someone is on strict house arrest, where they're not allowed to leave their residence, and but for the fact that they are at home, they basically are incarcerated, and that's why the statute was amended?
It speaks to 1340 does speak to that under conditions where one is under strict house arrest, credit may be given in the discretion of the court, essentially.
I think that if you look at the legislative history, that's what the legislature contemplated, and that's why the statute was amended. Do you have any indication that she was allowed to leave her house during the period of, I believe what your lawyer said, she was released on March?
She was released March 1 of 2024.
Yeah. The original bond order was entered March 1st of, when I say original, I mean my search. March 1st of 2024, and that was by Judge Nettles, and what he indicated was, and that was, it was signed 2/29 of 2024, but it was issued March 1 of 2024, and the hearing was, you said, in August of 2023.
Right.
And that order provided $150,000 surety. The defendant shall be subject to electronic monitoring house arrest. The defendant shall only be permitted to leave her house for medical emergencies or as directed by prior orders of the court. The defendant shall be. I need to think for a couple minutes, after which we'll resume. It is now 3:49. Let's 5 minutes on the auto. Listen very intently to everything that has been presented to the court.
So I think that this is going to be between 1 year and 25 years. The minimum here is 1 year, and the maximum is 25 years. Is from what I gather. I was listening to that house arrest stuff because that's interesting to me how that all works. They're giving her time served for being on house arrest, so they are looking at her house arrest as if that's the same as being incarcerated. Well, I'm not. Did they give it to her? I don't know. I skipped it, but yeah, so it's 1 to 25 years. Obviously, some people might know the verdict. I've subsequently, by accident, found out. I think. I was under the impression. I thought she would get about between 15 and 20 years. To be quite honest, I thought she was going to get 15 to 20 years. The only reason I thought that, or think that, is because she didn't go to trial. So I thought she's probably going to get 20 years. That's my thought process behind it, because it's very dangerous, aggravated. But that was my thinking going into this, because I think she didn't go to trial, which I give her credit for. She could have dragged them through that. So with the maximum being 25, I feel the judge will give a few years off and give her about 20 odd years. But that was my thinking. And obviously, I now know what it is, so I don't want to mislead either one. On it. But that was genuinely my thinking going into this, was probably about 20 years. But then we'll hear what they say. I don't want to spoil it, so let's hear.
And I have taken into consideration the mitigation that has been presented. And based on what has been presented to the court, I find the following appropriate in the nature of sentencing on the offense of reckless driving, reckless homicide, which is 2023 GS 103895, sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 10 years and $5,000, provided upon the service of 10 years. So, yeah. On both counts of felony DUI, great bodily injury, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 15 years and $5,100 provided upon the service of 15 years. And on the offense of felony DUI with death, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 25 years and $10,100 provided upon the service of 25 years. These sentences are concurrent with one another. You get credit pursuant to 241340 if that becomes applicable. And I think it is appropriate, and I queried Mr. Finch for a particular reason. It was not random. Our state legislature, in their infinite wisdom, amended 24.
Okay, 25 years. Okay. Look at her face, though. She did not expect that. I think she thought she was going to get like, yeah, that was 25 years max. Yeah. I look at her face. I think she thought she was going to get like 2 years. I generally think she thought maximum 5 years here. 25 years. Just look at her face.
On both counts of felony DUI, great bodily injury, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 15 years and $5,100 provided upon the service of 15 years. And on the offense of felony DUI with death, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 25 years and $10,100 provided upon the service of 25 years. These sentences are concurrent with one another. You get credit pursuant to 241340 if that becomes applicable. And I think it is appropriate, and I queried Mr. Finch for a particular reason. It was not random. Our state legislature, in their infinite wisdom,
that was an article I read yesterday, just to confirm. It was discussion. She's not planning her wedding, but she was just talking about if she's getting married, this is what we would be doing, blah blah blah, type of thing. So that's what that means. She's not having her own wedding, but she was discussing her perceived future wedding. So yeah, maybe I misled people on that one.
amended 241340 to allow for time spent on monitored house arrest. And it was contemplated that a person get credit when they are basically in jail at home. And based on how Ms. Komorowski's home detention was structured, she was in jail, but for being at home. And I think it is appropriate that she receive credit for any time served on monitored house arrest or home detention. Those terms in my mind are interchangeable from the period of 3/1/2024 through the present. And we'll calculate that and place it on her sentencing sheets. Again, these sentences are concurrent. I've ordered the ATU if it is available to her, and she will get credit for any time served pursuant to 241340. Thank you all for your time and your attention today. Have a good afternoon. And
Before we watch her go away, I think this is fair comment. I think she thought that if she pled guilty and took responsibility, she would get out soon. I think that's the norm. Do you know what I mean? I think this judge has gone, you ain't doing that. I think she's prepared for jail, for prison. I think she's prepared for prison. I think she knows. I think she knew she was going to prison, but not for 25 years. And I'm a little bit shocked that she got 25 years. I'm happy she got 25 years, to be quite honest with you. I am happy with that. The only negative I find with it for future trials, when, if you ask other people to like plead guilty and you might get a lesser sentence, these kind of trials, then you can point to and go, well, this didn't happen. I might as well fucking go to trial and spend millions of taxpayers' money. That's why I thought it might be like 20 years she might get, So I think it's good. Looking at it from the other side, trying to be devil's advocate, I think that it could be deterrent for future trials where people would not be prepared, because you might as well risk it. You might as well go for it then, which wastes a lot of taxpayers' money and puts the families through a lot of emotion. Which we try and avoid. That's why I'm surprised that she got 25 years. I think we'll put a few other people in the future. I think it'll put people off. So I that's why I think 20 years would be better, because it's still 5 years off. It's still 5 years off. I think anyone that goes into court here with this judge now, probably won't take plea deals, which is a shame. I do think that's a shame, because I think you can really save families having to go through trials. But that's just my tuppence on it. That's just my tuppence on it. It's nothing. We don't know what if it would be. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter what I think. Anyway, she's given 25 years, which I'm a bit shocked by. But I hope that's not precedent. That's all. Because yeah, I don't know. I'd hate to see this in the future. I think you can shave a couple of years off, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She got 25 years. Not all about plea deal. Yeah, plea deal is totally different because you go into it with it. But yeah, but my point is, no one's going to do it anymore. Do you know what I mean? I think that's my point of why would anyone do it? Especially with this judge, why would he do it? Like what she did, in fairness, again, I'm trying to be devil's advocate a bit here, right? As much as we all want to have 25 years, absolutely, don't get me wrong, slam her in there for more than 25 years for what she did. To be quite honest with you, put her in there for fucking life. I don't give a fuck about her. I think what she did was awful. But I'm just talking about you're asking people to plead guilty and put at the mercy of the court. Why would you in the future? You might as well just fucking risk it and just go. You're gonna get 25 years. You might as well have a day in court because some people might get off. I don't know, but to save the pain for the family and everybody, I think even if you shaved a couple of years off, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I think that it's a hard precedent to. This is hard for me to speak about as well because I sort of disagree with my comments as well, to me, but I'm trying to be a little bit diplomatic with it. I'm trying to see what the negative side of giving it 25 years is, and the negative aspect is that there might be future defendants who will not take a deal because of this. That's all. So, yeah. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Throw the book at her. So it is fine. Right, let me play this. Play this. Here you go. Heather says to watch. Heather said to watch the end, so we are.
Everyone stay in place and allow Major Burnstead and those who are assisting him. And you may want to leave any valuables you have with your family. Leave that to them. So I would ask that everyone stay seated until security does what they need to do in terms of clearing the courtroom. And if Mr. Curry at this time, the president's speech, I'll get through doing that. If y'all could bring him in so we can take care of his matters.
Sure.
Do you know where Mr. Cooper?
I think that was it, Heather. I think that was it. I heard a little bit of a wail, and everyone turned round. So that we did hear eventually, Heather. I was going, fucking hell, Heather, where the fuck is this? The only sad thing I think that happened in this trial, in this case, was I don't remember if this is 100% if they've amended stuff, but the husband got given like $1 million. I think I'm not sure if it was 800 something or 1.2 million something, awarded compensation for her death, for his wife's death. And I know, I remember reading an article on it that the Sam's mother and Sam's husband, they didn't speak or don't get on, because the mother thought that he should never got the money, she should got the money instead. But that was a few years, like, a year or two ago. I don't know, you know I don't know if that's rectified or not, but I just remember there was something about that. It could be rectified. I don't know what he did with the money. Is there still a rift? Is it might still be that's the reason why. I know that the mother thought that she should get. I'm not sure if she took him to court or she threatened to or something. She wanted the money herself, because something about in her eyes they were only, by law they weren't married, or something. There was something legality. So, which is sad. It just is that's sad, you know. To hear that, that caused a rift between them. But so yeah. Anyway, there you go. Right. Oh, there we go. Another 4.5. Well, 7 hours yesterday, 4.5 hours today. This show, the 3-hour show, is out the fucking window. We will cover a trial tomorrow, people. We're going to be zooming a trial tomorrow. I'm not going to tell you which trial, but we'll be doing the trial tomorrow. It's already started. So we'll be doing day 1 tomorrow, maybe a little bit of day 2. We're going to play it from behind, like a fiddle, play from behind. So what I'll do tomorrow is I'll introduce you to the trial, and we'll probably start playing it from about 10, half 10, when Josie gets out of bed, and then tells me I can stream it, and then we'll stream it, and then we'll zoom through it all. We'll probably get through day 1 and maybe even day 2. We'll see. I'm not going to force it, but we'll definitely be playing it from behind. So yeah, we will do a trial tomorrow at some point. So you'll know tonight, because I want to put the thumbnail up. But yeah, so we'll see. Anyway, thank you, everybody. I've loved it. Loved having you all here. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I think it's quite intriguing seeing some of these cases and guessing them and stuff like that. So, yeah, thank you. I love your company, most of you. Therapy. Jokes. Anyway, there we are, people. Thank you for those who are sticking around. And oh, my fucking mouse is gone. There it is. My mouse back. Again, thank you to everybody. Deb, thank you to you for you know what. Thank you to Donna, Ruka for the memberships and stuff like that. Thank you all, beautiful people, for being here. So with that, we all like to do it from behind. Hey, don't let Unicorn know she get the whip out with a, what was it again? Bondage? Oh, I don't remember what it was now. Dom or something. Hey, no worries, Gary. Thank you, everybody. Take care, and I'll see you all tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock UK time. Love you all. The Doms, that's the one. Doms. That so Unicorns are Doms. Trial. I'll be doing a trial. It's a surprise. Robin. It's already started, the trial has, so you'll see it tomorrow. This is what I'm saying about this channel. We'll just be doing stuff a little bit differently. If people want to watch a trial, they can watch a trial. If not, that's fine as well. So I'll introduce you to the trial tomorrow. So yeah, that's what we'll do. All right, everybody. Love you. Take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for your support. And I will see you tomorrow. Most of you. Take care. Bye bye.